He had been pretty aggressive and sneaky too.
あの人がすぐこのバカって怒鳴るんすよ。そのくせ自分は本来の操作をせずになんだかわけのわからないことばっか調べてて、挙句の果てに自分まで無理やり付き合わされて、最近胃が痛いんすよね。いやまあ根はいい人っすし、勘が異常に鋭い人で、過去にも難事件をいくつか解決に導いたらしいんすけどね。
その話をするためここに来たのは。
The detective chuckled when Ayase cut him off.
ああ、いや申し訳ないっす。つい愚痴入っちゃったっすね。今の話は全面的に内緒にしてほしいっす。諏訪守、一生のお願いっすよ。
それで
一つ目はなんであんなことを。
Even Ayase could tell he was talking about how she had jumped off the roof.
もう何度も話したわ、他の刑事さんに。
邪神王グラジオールの復活を阻止するためですか。
死ぬつもりなんてなかった。魂を一つ上のステージに持っていこうとしただけよ。
例の若者の間で話題になった君の歌についても似たようなこと言ってたっすよね。
That was his second question. Ayase couldn't help but sigh a little.
ニュージェネのことを歌ったものなんかじゃないわ、あの詩は。グラジオール記黙示録詩編のインスピレーションを受けて作った第3章102節よ。世界に邪神王グラジオールが現れようとしている。復活を阻止するにはグラジオールが流した黒い血によって作られた7つの杭が必要。杭は剣へと形を変え、神罰を乗り越えた7人の黒騎士の手に渡る。目には目を、歯には歯を。邪神を背負いし人間だけが邪神王を滅ぼせるの。
なんか映画みたいっすね。そういう壮大な設定は好きっす。
Ayase's eyes narrowed at the detective's comment.
設定じゃないわ、現実よ。
じゃあ最後の質問っす。
The detective ignored her protest, but she was used to that. Nobody had ever believed what she had to say.
君や西条くんの他にも水明の生徒について何人か洗ったんすけどね。
He crossed his arms and heaved a little sigh. It felt like an obvious act, but Ayase wasn't inclined to call him out.
何？
すごくバカバカしい質問なんすけど、刑事が質問するようなことじゃないんすよね、本当は。子供じみてるっていうか。
そう。質問する気がないなら出て行って。頭が痛いの。
ああ、いや実はね、バンさんが妙なことを言い出してるんすよ。君たちは魔法使いなんじゃないかって。
Ayase's eyes narrowed just a little at the phrase, you guys.
違いますよね。
使えるわ。
She was looking down at her hands instead of at the detective as she spoke.
綾瀬ちゃんって面白い子っすね。
でも ニュージェネはグラジオールの騎士と無関係。
ああ、そうっすか。
The detective yawned after he spoke, disinterest in his voice. And then, suddenly, an electronic sound filled the room. The detective frantically pulled a phone out of his suit pocket.
まずった。病院って携帯禁止なんですよね。電源オフにしておくの忘れてた。うわ、しかも女からだし。付き合って4年になるラブラブの彼女がいるんですよ。
He grinned as he pressed the button to reject the call. He turned back toward Ayase.
綾瀬ちゃんは映画見るっすか？スパークウォーズって知らない？それに出てくるダース・スパイダー伯爵のテーマなんす。今のメロディー。
She wasn't interested in movies at all. Ayase had already decided she was under no obligation to answer any more of his questions, and silently turned to look out the window.
実は自分スパークウォーズオタクなんすよ。あ、興味ないっすか？そりゃ失礼したっす。じゃ自分はこれで。
The detective left the room without waiting for her answer. Ayase didn't bother to watch him as he went. Her eyes were watching the sky as it shifted from twilight to azure night. The reason I had come to school on Thursday was because I had ended up agreeing to go see Ayase with Misumi. He had practically dragged me along with him, but at the same time I was hoping that Ayase might be able to help me. With Rimi gone, I needed somebody to help me. Ayase was the first girl that came to mind. If her injuries were healed, and if I asked for her help, she might be able to do something. And with her help, my odds of getting a real D-sword would get way higher. I was powerless on my own, and she had told me before that you couldn't teach somebody how to get a sword. But still, Ayase, Ayase might be able to help somehow. Misumi had gone in through the front door, but when he got to the lobby, he didn't seem sure what to do. I asked him what was wrong.
いや、岸本の病室ってどこなんだろうなって思ってよ。
Had he come all this way without actually bothering to check? If so, what an idiot.
ここは外来棟だよ。病棟は隣。
そうなのか。
A.H. Tokyo General Hospital. This was the hospital I had come to ever since I was little. I had just been here a while ago. In fact, I had a pretty good idea of the basic layout. Suddenly, I remembered what had happened to Dr. Takashina, and moaned so softly that the others didn't hear. As Misumi headed for the inpatient rooms, I looked behind me.
んで、病棟の何号室だと思う？
そんなのわかんないよ。
This was a general hospital with any number of the top departments in it. I would guess.
多分外科じゃないかな。でももしかすると精神科かも。
When she had fallen, she hadn't looked like she was that badly injured. And if she was in bad enough shape mentally to try and jump off a building, it was entirely possible they would put her there. It had happened to me after the incident at O-Front, for some reason.
タクって物知りだな。
Misumi and I figured that we would bother the other patients if we wandered around, so we decided to ask about Ayase at the nurse station. Just as I thought, they gave us a number for a room in the psych ward.
なあ、この前話したよな。女を落とすのに一番簡単な方法。
As we walked down the hallway, Misumi was grinning at me. That wasn't really an appropriate topic of discussion for a hospital, I thought. I think what he said was that if you want to win a girl's heart, the best time to do it is when she's in a vulnerable spot.
俺は今日こそあの難攻不落の岸本を落としてみせるぜ。
He flashed his teeth at me and gave me a thumbs up. He was handsome and cheerful, but the words he was saying were awful. It must be nice to be so hot that girls will forgive you even when you're a shithead.
でだ、お前って岸本と仲いいだろ。
別に。
しらばっくれるなよ。というわけでフォロー頼むぜ。岸本にいかに三角大輔って人間が素晴らしいかを語ってくれ。
無理だよ。
無理とか言うなって。マジ頼むからさ。
Knock it off. This is a hospital, not some sleazy bar. Was it okay to go see Ayase like this? She didn't seem to like Misumi that much. My stomach started to hurt.
お、タク。病室はここじゃねえか。
Misumi stopped and pointed at the plate on the side of the door. It read Ayase Kishimoto. The door was shut and there was no way to tell what was going on inside.
いいか、うまく俺に話を合わせろよ。
うん。
I decided to just nod. I needed to talk to her too, and without Misumi there to help me, I didn't feel like I would be able to do that.
おーす、岸本さん。
Misumi greeted her cheerfully as he opened the door.
お見舞いに来た。
Suddenly his tone dropped. His expression froze. I looked over his shoulder into the room to see what was wrong. The room was small and simple in layout. There was a bathroom on the right side from the entrance, and a bed near the back. And on the bed, Ayase was sitting there covered in blood. Her dead eyes were staring at us. I wanted to run away too, but my legs weren't moving. I was shaking with fear. But I was also struck by how bewitchingly beautiful Ayase looked as she was covered in blood, and stunned by what I saw lying up against the wall behind her. I couldn't move. Casually placed up against the wall was a D-sword. No, not just one. 3, including the one she had with her before. All of them looked different. One had a strange streamlined form that barely looked like a sword at all. One had a form like a crucifix. It was painful to even look at. And one was the mysterious, almost mystical weapon I had seen her holding before. Why did Ayase have 3 D-swords? Wait, since when was there a rule that you could only have 1 D-sword? It was possible that Senna and Kozubi had several different looking weapons too.
匠
I shuddered when she called my name. She walked toward me.
来てくれたのね。
どうしてそんなに血が。
The red blood on her pajamas still wasn't dry. The raw scent stung my nose.
黒騎士の血よ、これは。
黒騎士って綾瀬本人の。
いいえ、
ちょっと誰？綾瀬はその人を殺したの？
Ayase's eyes narrowed and she laughed.
怯えているのね、匠。
Her bloody fingers stroked my cheek.
でも、君を怯えさせているのは、君自身の心の内にあるものよ。不浄なる邪心に打ち勝って、純粋な邪心のみを心に留めるのよ。そうすれば、ディソードは手に入る。手に入れてもらわなくちゃいけない。君は黒騎士なのよ。君には力があるわ。
ディソードを手に入れたら僕も殺すの？黒騎士を殺してきたんだろう？
惑わされないで。それが不浄なる邪心よ。
Ayase was staring into my eyes with a hand on my cheek. Her eyes looked empty, but also felt like there was a deep light within them. I couldn't look away from her.
黒騎士は本来なら邪心を制御できるわ。けれど邪心王は巧妙だった。グラジオール記黙示録詩編第6巻2章50節。グラジオールは邪心を少しずつ侵食することで静かに支配を完了し、邪心の暴走を引き起こすのよ。負けてはいけないわ、邪心王の精神侵略に。
I had never spent so long gazing into the eyes of a 3D girl. The sadness, loneliness, and strength in her eyes compelled me to keep staring. I hadn't really heard a single thing she said.
守って。
I whispered without even realizing I had done so.
僕を守ってくれ。
いいわ。
She nodded, far more easily than I had expected. She brought her face closer. The smell of blood got stronger.
これは予定されていたこと。
She whispered in my ears. My heart was racing.
君を守るわ。君も私を守って。
Standing there covered in blood, she was ravishing, tempting, seductive. It was hard to believe she was my classmate.
他の黒騎士はもう当てにはできない。最初は予言通りに黒騎士を集めようと思ったけれど、私の力では無理だった。でも匠がいてくれるなら。
It had been the same way at the concert. Sometimes Ayase could look incredibly sexual.
いずれ完全に開くわ、コキュートスの門は。その時邪神王はこの世に降臨する。だから急いで集めるのよ。7本のディソードを。私と君2人で。
There were 3 swords lying up against the wall, which meant there were 4 left.
うち1本は匠、君が見つけるべきディソードよ。
僕は手に入れられなかった。
I had come close at the Ofra building, but in the end, I had abandoned Nanami and run away. I had given up on getting it.
落ち込むことはないわ。機会はいくらでもやってくる。すでに匠は 見えているんだから。それこそが君が黒騎士である証拠よ。
いつか手に入るのかな。
不浄なる邪神に打ち勝てば必ず。
What was a wicked heart? Did she mean how my mind was constantly thinking up naughty delusions? That would be very difficult. I didn't think I could beat it at all. Ayase left me and headed to the bed. She began to casually undo her top.
着替えるわ。
I looked away quickly. I thought about just leaving the room outright, but
そこにいて。
now I couldn't go anywhere. The sound of Ayase disrobing echoed through the silent hospital room. This room wasn't that big. It was bigger than the base, of course. But still, now it was just me and Ayase in this cramped space. And Ayase was behind me, changing. I could sense her taking her clothes off, even if I couldn't see it. Crap. I was getting really nervous. There was no reason to be nervous, though. I had already experienced this exact situation in Hikashi Matasima's H game. A slime girl appears. Why should I be nervous now?
なぜ目をそらすの、匠。
だって見ちゃまずいし。
My voice was on the verge of cracking.
恥ずかしいのね。
綾瀬は恥ずかしくないの。
Did she mean it was okay to stare? I'm not into 3D girls, okay? I mean it. I really do. Though, I mean, if she's saying I can look, I guess I will.
惑わされているのよ、君は。その感情こそが邪神に侵食されている証拠。
惑わされているって誰に。
邪神王グラジオール。
I looked over at the paperback on the side table in front of me and picked it up. The title read The Apocalyptic Psalms of Gladiol, Book 17.
グラジオールって何なの。
邪悪なる存在。負の妄想の塊。人の心の闇に偏在する無意識の集合体。世界に破滅をもたらす神。言い方はいろいろ。
そいつは車椅子に乗ってるの。足が不自由とか。
グラジオールは人の形をしているとは限らないわ。もういいわよ、こっちを見ても。
I very slowly turned around. She had already changed. For some reason, she was dressed in her school uniform.
なんで制服に。
迫っているから、グラジオール覚醒の時が。いつでも動けるようにしておかないと。
Did she need to wear her uniform for that? No, that didn't matter right now.
グラジオールがギガロマニアックスとどう関係してくるの。
ギガロ？何？
Ayase's eyes narrowed just a little. Did she not know what they were? Maybe Senna was the only one who used that phrase.
ギガロマニアックスだよ。セナはディソードを持つ力の持ち主のことそう呼んでた。ディソードはディラックの海につながったパイプだとかなんとか。
呼び方は人それぞれかもしれないわ。ディソードは人の邪神を具現化したものよ。グラジオール記目視録詩編にそう書いてある。第3巻11章23節。 予言書なのよ、それは。
Ayase's gaze was locked on the paperback in my hands.
みんなはこう言うわ。私が歌詞によって予知を行っていると。だけど私はグラジオール記黙示録詩編からインスピレーションを受けているだけ。その詩編こそ予言の書なのよ。なぜ気づかないの？誰も。
予言の書って冗談でしょ。
事実よ。この渋谷で今まさに起きていることを、そしてこれから起きようとしていることをツイグラーは予言し物語にしている。
ツィーグラー。
グラジオール記黙示録詩編の作者。個人だけれどツイグラーは強大な黒騎士だったと思うわ、私は。
Were what Ayase called Black Knights the same as Gigalomaniacs? If that was the case, then it would make sense that the author could use his Gigalomaniac powers to write a book of prophecies. I flipped through the book I was holding, the Apocalyptic Psalms of Gladiol, Book 17, and I gasped. It was blank. I flipped through every page, and not a single one had a single word on it. What the hell was this? I looked at the cover. There was no illustration on the cover, just the title and the name of the author. I couldn't see the name of the publisher on it anywhere. I went back to the very first page, but it was blank, just like the rest. I went all the way through, and not a single page had anything on it.
これ不良品。
どういうこと？
だってこれ全部白紙じゃないか。
何を言っているの？ちゃんと書かれているわ。何度も読んでいるのよ、私は。
そんなこと言ったって。ほら。
I opened the page and shoved it right in front of her face.
どこからどう見ても真っ白だよ。
ちっとも白紙なんかじゃないわ。
いや白紙だって。
ここに字が書いてある。見えないの？匠。
Was she just screwing with me? Was she serious? Or was she just an absolutely crazy girl?
君には見えないのね。侵食されているからだわ、邪神王に。
Ayase looked totally serious. She didn't seem to be joking at all. In fact, I didn't think I had ever seen her tell a joke. I looked at the book again, but it was all blank.
僕には白紙にしか見えないよ。
そう。
She seemed slightly disappointed as she took the book from me. Our fingers touched for just a moment, and my heart skipped a beat. Her fingers were cold.
考えたことがある？
何が？
世界は人によって見える形が違うということ。その差異を確かめることはできないわ。概念や認識を他人と完璧に一致させることは不可能だから。でもこれだけははっきりしている。君が見ているものと私が見ているもの、その違いは邪神による影響よ。邪神の集合体が邪神王グラジオール。目覚めようとしている。もうすぐ。もしも目覚めたら きっと。この世に67億ある世界は邪神王が生む混沌によって混じり溶け合うことになるわ。境界が消え邪神により連結された世界になるのよ。あらゆるものが規則性もなく生まれ、あらゆるものが一瞬で死ぬ。概念も認識も因果律もすべて破壊される。すべてあるがゆえに何もない世界。あらゆる神話と同じように予言されているわ。終末予言、滅びの歌。
Was that really true? What was the meaning of that blank paperback book? Just what were the apocalyptic psalms of the Book of Gladiol?
このままでは滅びの結末に至るだけ。今止められるのは私と君二人しかいないの。
どうして僕ら二人なの？
導きよ。他の黒騎士はすでに邪神王に侵食されてしまった。
The other Black Knights. Ayase had been covered in blood just a moment ago. Blood, she said, belonged to another Black Knight. Had she killed them somewhere in the hospital? But then where were the bodies? Ayase walked past me and put her hand on the door.
どこ行くの？
おしっこよ。
She answered emotionlessly and left without waiting for my answer.
Huh?
I looked around to see if there were any other books from the Gladiol series around, but there wasn't. I didn't know how many volumes there were, but the one I had picked up a moment ago was book 17. Books 1 through 16 were nowhere in the room. Obviously, it was possible that she just hadn't brought them with her. But after seeing the blank pages of the book, I found the idea hard to believe. I left the room before Ayase came back. There were several computers in the lobby with internet access. I had been to this hospital a few times, so I knew about them. Visiting hours were evidently over, and the lobby was empty. It was so crowded during the day, but now it was almost eerily quiet and kind of unnerving. I hurried over to the computers before one of the nurses could find me and kick me out. I'm pretty smart. From all my anime, manga, and video games, I knew a lot about myths from around the world. But even I had never heard of the apocalyptic psalms of the Book of Gladiel. I had only found out about them when I had been researching Ayase. I decided to search the internet for them. There was a pretty good-sized number of hits. I was surprised at how many and felt a little frustrated, like maybe it was big and I just hadn't known about it. But when I went down the list of hits, I saw they all had one thing in common. They were all about Phantasm or Fess. The apocalyptic psalms were always introduced as something Fess talked about, or something the band had come up with. The name was there, but nothing else. I couldn't find anything on the actual contents of the book. There was a wiki entry, but only had a few lines of basic information. A fictional novel based on Eastern European legends of Gladiel, a gang of wicked hearts, a 23-volume high fantasy series that depicts the war between 7 Black Knights and Gladiel, written by R.C.O. Ziegler. Published between 1929 and 1951, and translated into several languages, but often commercially unsuccessful due to its complex writing style. That was all. The other mythology pages were all really fleshed out. This one felt way too empty. It was a little better than the wiki article I had seen on the D-Sword, but not by much. Since anybody could edit a wiki, it wasn't even clear if what it said was true or not. The image on the DSword page had been totally wrong, for one thing. An idea had been going around and around in my head for a while now. Maybe the apocalyptic psalms of the Book of Gladiel were just a product of Ayase's delusion. Was she trying to make her own mythos, like Lovecraft did? Lovecraft had, for lack of a better word, turned his delusions into stories, which he had spread by publishing them. What if Ayase was trying to do the same thing with her songs? Put that way, it sounded like a really cool thing to do, but all she was actually doing was sharing her crazy nonsense with the rest of the world, and to make matters worse, she thought it was real, not fiction. Was everything she had told me a delusion? Maybe this whole end of the world thing was just some hidden desire of hers. A lot of otaku could be like that. I am the key to the world's destruction. You know, goofy stuff like that.
ああ、それは僕もだった。
What kind of ending did she want her myth to have? And was it safe for me to believe in her?
信じるも何も綾瀬しかいないじゃないか。
Rimi was gone, Senna was a little scary, and Kozupi wasn't somebody you could count on to do anything. So crazy or not, delusional or not, I had no choice but to rely on her. Also, she had a D-sword. Whatever else was false, that was true. And delusions or not, she had prophesied the new Jin murders in her songs. Maybe it was possible that her delusions were having an effect on reality. If that was the case, though, then it would mean she was incredibly powerful, and I would be a fool not to use her. Fortunately, although I had no idea why, she seemed to have taken a liking to me. As long as I didn't take anything she said too seriously, there would be no problem. Yeah, no problem at all. I went back to her hospital room and
悔いをって悔いをって闇夜を切り裂き月光を浴びて幾千もの鉄意は汝の痛みとなりて今解き放たれるやがて叫びは宙に舞い夜空は赤く染まるだろう
Ayase was sitting on the bed, eating the meal the nurses had given her. No, was she eating? It looked like she was just sitting there, bored, and humming while she poked her freeze-dried tofu with her chopsticks. The song she was singing was a phantasm one, the one that was said to prophesy the third new Jin case, crucified. A bloody contract for your sins. I had bought her album, so I knew it. Right now she wasn't pounding in any steaks. She was pounding, or, well, stabbing, her freeze-dried tofu, though. When she saw me, she smiled slightly, like she was relieved.
戻ってこないかと思ったわどこへ行っていたの
ちょっと調べ物をロビーの PC で。
今日はここに泊まって一緒にいて
Wait, seriously? I was so shocked I took a step back. Since when did she like me that much?
お腹空いていない食べてもいいわよ
She picked up the tofu with her chopsticks and offered it to me.
それって綾瀬が食べたくないだけじゃ。
そうよ。
She smiled just a little.
まずいの、病院食は。不浄な邪心に染まっているのね。きっと。
Was it just me, or was she badly overusing the phrase wicked heart? Maybe it was just her favorite phrase or something.
邪心に染まってるのに僕は食べてもいいの？
普段から邪心まみれでしょ、匠は。コンビニのお弁当やカップ麺は不浄なる食べ物の最たる例よ。黒騎士として覚醒するためには摂取をやめるべきだわ。
綾瀬は普段は何を食べてるの？
チョコレート。
チョコレートって十分邪心に染まってそうな気がするけど。
Wait, did this mean she only ever ate chocolate? That's terrible. That's worse than me.
チョコレートはいいわ。邪心を打ち払う力を持つのよ。あの甘さは。
Yeah, bullshit. I might believe in a lot of the weird stuff that was going on around me, but no way in hell was I going to believe in that.
というわけで、匠。さあ。
She continued to push the freeze-dried tofu in my direction. Did she really just not want to eat it that badly? I wasn't a big fan of freeze-dried tofu myself.
いらない。
それは許されないわ。
Why? This wasn't fair. Having a girl offer you food like this was supposed to be every guy's dream. So why didn't it feel romantic? Because Ayase just wanted me to eat the food she didn't want to eat? Or was it because Ayase was 3D? She didn't seem likely to give up on having me eat the tofu, so I put it in my mouth. I bit into it and the taste of the broth that had been soaked in spread throughout my mouth.
よく頑張ったわ。これで一歩、黒騎士に近づいたわよ、匠。
Not a chance.
次は、このきんぴらごぼうを。
Please, make her stop. After our meal, Ayase had begun a long lecture on the apocalyptic psalms, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the sun had set. She was so into it she had forgotten to turn on the lights in the room after it got dark. What she said, unfortunately, was just a slightly more detailed version of what she had told me before. Most of it I already knew. Ayase's voice was always so flat, it made you really sleepy. Well, with Shogun out there, it was dangerous to fall asleep, but still.
というわけなのよ。理解できた？
うん。
I hadn't been listening at all, but I nodded anyway. Ayase's eyes narrowed and she drew closer to me.
聞いてなかったのね。
Could Ayase get mad sometimes too? She didn't look like she was the emotional type. If I had made her mad, maybe I should apologize.
それも、邪心に染まっているせいよ。
More crap about wicked hearts.
先に取り除かなくてはならないようね。君の侵食した邪心を。でなければ、純粋なる邪心は培養されない。
取り除く
What was she going to do to me? I shivered, imagining some kind of surgery, but that didn't seem to be what she meant. For some reason, she licked her lips seductively. I got a quick glance at her pink tongue. It looked incredibly sexy.
君の邪神を取り除くためなら何でもするわ。望みがあったら言って。
Anything? I didn't know what it meant to remove a wicked heart, but how about this?
キスでもしてもらおうか
Even in the darkness, I could see her frown. Maybe I had gone a little overboard. I thought that maybe she would start to hate me and abandon me, so I went to quickly apologize. But she grabbed me by the collar before I could. Then she dragged me into the closet.
何を
Ayase pressed her body up against mine. She closed the closet door, squeezing the both of us together inside. It was tiny. There wasn't room for two people inside. I was uptight against her body, with nowhere to move. And I could hear her quiet breathing in my ear, too. The darkness made me feel terribly excited.
どうしたの
看護師の見回りよ。
So that's why we were hiding. Visitors weren't allowed at this time of night, and certainly not allowed to sleep here. If I was found, I would be kicked out. But how was that supposed to work if Ayase hid with me?
この病院にも敵は多いわ。
敵
グラジオールの使い、私たちの心を支配しようと虎視眈々と狙っているのよ。
Was she saying the nurse was an enemy?
それってただの被害妄想
静かに。
Ayase suddenly put her lips over mine. I could feel the softness of her lips. The shock made my mind go completely blank. And just then the door opened. I heard a strange sound too. Somebody came in, making no noise as they walked.
いないわ。
I heard a woman's voice. It was the one I had heard somewhere before, but I couldn't remember where.
逃げられたのかしら。まさか私たちの正体に気づかれた。ええ、不用意に接触しすぎたのかもしれない。
She seemed to be talking to somebody, but I couldn't hear who. Was she talking on a phone then? Ayase's lips were still pressed against mine. I smelled something sweet. Ayase smelled so good. And it wasn't just her lips. Her chest, her shoulders, her hips, her thighs, her hair. They were all so soft. There might be someone dangerous just beyond the closet door, but my mind was going totally blank as I gave myself over to the pleasure.
そっちの処理は済んだ？そう、これからなのね。わかったわ。私はスクランブル交差点に向かうから。それじゃあね。守る。あなたに信仰の救いあれ。
The conversation seemed to have ended. A moment later, the suspicious woman wordlessly left the hospital room. There was no sign of anybody outside the room. It should be safe to go home now. but Ayase still wouldn't let me go. She moved her lips away for just a moment, and she looked at me with dewy eyes.
匠、私は導きで、君が救世主。そう決まっているの。だから何をしてもいいのよ、私に。叶えてあげるわ、君のどんな望みでも。
I didn't understand what she was saying. I thought it might be another one of my delusions, but I didn't really mind.
匠、匠。
Ayase kissed me again, and this time she brought her wet tongue between my teeth and into my mouth. It wrapped itself around my own. I stopped caring about everything. I wrapped my hands around Ayase's lithe, slender body and gave myself over to the pleasure. It hurt to breathe a little. I sucked up her hot breath. Her saliva came pouring into my mouth. It was very sweet. I gulped it down loudly. My brain felt paralyzed, like it was going numb. The pleasures of the 3D world were beyond what I could handle. I heard a sound in the distance. Ayase gasped and moved herself away from me.
今の音は。
Her lips were wet with a mix of our saliva. Even in the darkness, I could see that much. Forget the sound. Let's go back to kissing, and hopefully more. My virgin days are finally over. Wait a second. Had Ayase done something like this with other guys? Wouldn't it be disgusting if she wasn't a virgin? Or did I only think that because too many H games had rotted my brain? No, she had to be a virgin. Nobody would possibly want to date somebody this crazy. Hell, even Misumi had practically run away screaming.
ヘラヘラしていないで、匠。
さあせん。
Suddenly, she slapped me. The giddiness I was feeling faded instantly. I started to get a little nervous. I thought I was going to cry, actually. Ayase was looking at me sternly. I grabbed onto her.
ごめん。嫌わないで。
邪神に支配されるのではなく、邪神を己に取り込むのよ。でなければ、黒騎士として目覚めることはできない。それを忘れないで。
I still wasn't clear what a wicked heart was, but the reason I was so giddy was that Ayase had kissed me, at least as I saw it. I didn't think it was a good idea to point that out, though.
行くわよ。
どこへ？
銃声だったわ、さっきの音。
A gunshot? A gunshot? Here in Japan? Sure, it had kind of sounded like one, but I had only ever heard gunshots in games and movies. It didn't feel real.
銃声だったとして何をしに行くの？
これもまた予言にあったわ。すでに邪神王との戦いは始まっているのよ。黒騎士の心が殺されていく。だから回収するの、理想道。私たちにできるのはそれだけ。
The Black Knights were being killed. Did that gunshot mean somebody had been shot?
警察に。
ダメよ。警察も邪神に支配されてしまっている。
Crazy. No, crazy didn't even begin to cover it. Ayase was way beyond just crazy. The apocalyptic psalms were her delusion. Everything she was saying was part of her delusion. What kind of ending did she want her story to have? What was I supposed to do?
ついてきて、匠。
Ayase left the room alone. I hesitated to follow her. Suddenly I realized the 3D swords near the windowsill had vanished. Ayase must have taken them. I bit my lip, and after a moment's hesitation, I followed her. Ayase headed straight to the roof, almost as if she knew exactly where the gunshot had come from. The roof of the hospital was a small garden. There were planters with blooming flowers, but it was too dark to see what color they were. I hid behind Ayase and I looked around. I couldn't see anyone here. Nothing was moving. Had this really been where that gunshot had come from? And if so, who was the shooter? Normal Japanese people don't have guns.
やっぱり戻ろうよ。もし撃たれたらまずいよ。
Ayase wasn't listening to me. She walked deeper into the garden. I had no choice but to follow. I could see a blurry blue light in front of us. It was very pale, as if it was about to disappear, but it was shining and flashing.
ディソードだわ。
It was elegant, and at the same time had a sharpness to it that seemed to reject the entire world around it. It felt bizarre, like it wasn't of this world. Next to the D-sword stabbed into the concrete, I could see two people lying on the ground. I recognized them both.
ユア。
The girl dressed in a Suime uniform lying face up was definitely Yua. What was she doing here? The other was a middle-aged man. I remembered him. He was the one who had questioned me after the crucified case. Both of them weren't moving. I approached them tremblingly. There was a pool of blood forming under both of them. I quickly leapt back, but it was too late. Sticky crimson liquid had soaked into the bottom of my shoes. The detective's body was particularly bloody. I couldn't see any injuries on Yua's body. What had happened here? What were the two of them doing together? I could understand why a detective would have a gun, but who had shot this guy? Was it Yua? So many doubts were filling my head that I had trouble processing what I was seeing. Completely bewildered, I turned to Ayase for help. Ayase walked toward Yua, a frown on her face. She paid no attention at all to the detective. She knelt next to Yua, being careful not to step on the blood, and put a finger against her neck.
脈はある。まだ生きているわ。だけど、死んでいる。心は。そっちの男の人は、もうダメなようね。
Her voice was calm as always.
なんでそんな落ち着いていられるんだ。人が死んでるんだぞ。
言ったでしょ。予言されていたからよ。
What do you mean prophesized?
綾瀬が望んだ妄想じゃないの。
そうかもしれないわね。それを確かめる術はないけれど。
そんな。
構わないわ。原因が何だろうと。
Ayase stood up. And pulled her own D-sword out of the empty air. She brought the shining red blade near the D-sword stuck into the ground. There was an awful resonating noise at a high piercing frequency, like somebody was stabbing a pick into my ear and jerking it around. Then the two D swords blended together. The way they melted together ignored all laws of physics. It was like a liquid, but also like a clay. They kept changing shape violently, like they were thrashing in pain. The resonating noise got louder. I put my hands over my ears, but it did nothing. The air exploded, and the next thing I knew, the D-sword had moved from the ground into Ayase's left hand. Ayase didn't look so good. For once her expression looked like she was in pain, but then she smiled at me. Her cheeks were a little flushed, like something had excited her.
4本目よ。これで。
There was a dead body right in front of us. The person who had shot the detective might be lurking up here. Why was the sword more important than any of that? Because it was needed for the ending Ayase wanted? Defeating Gladiel with the 7D swords? Was Gladiel even real?
ギガロマニアックスとなったものは誰だろうと一度は壊れているんだよ。
I remembered what Senna said. Ayase was as broken as the rest of them. Did that mean I was going to end up the same way someday? No, not someday. I had already broken a long time ago. Ayase made the D swords vanish. They disappeared, melting into the air.
このこと、警察に通報するの？
Yua was my enemy. Leaving her here with this dead guy wouldn't make me feel guilty in the slightest. But I had stepped in the blood. I looked down and saw that my footprints were clearly visible on the concrete. The police might easily think I was the killer.
通報はしないわ。
That was a relief, at least. Ayase looked up at the night sky. Her expression was still stern.
そろそろね。
Time. Time for what?
グラジオールは間もなく目覚めるわ。ツイグラーの予言によれば。心して、匠。最悪に包まれるのよ、世界は。君は見たこともない世界を見ることになる。でも乗り越えて、そうしなければグラジオールを倒せない。
Her voice was shaking. Ayase, the girl who wasn't afraid of anything, was scared. Was something that terrible about to happen? Or was she visiting it in her mind and trying to make it real?
まだ心の準備が。
だったら急いで。もう時間がないわ。
Come on, don't say that. How am I supposed to get ready when I don't even know what's going to happen?
世界は誘拐し、連結が始まる。
She whispered to no one in particular, looking up at the sky. I looked up, too, and saw that a point in the sky had turned white. It was a brilliant white, out of place in the darkness of night. What was that? Then I remembered. Hadn't the sky turned white like that during the last earthquake? The white began to spread. I couldn't tell what, but something about it made me feel very afraid. I gulped.
グラジオールが目覚めた。
Rumbling. The building was shaking. No, it wasn't just the building. Everything was shaking. The white in the sky was spreading further and further. The next thing that hit me was a terrible ringing in my ears, like the resonating sound from the D swords a moment ago. It felt like my head was about to explode from within. And then the whole world turned white. Was this a dream? The sky was red. It had been white a moment ago, but now the whole world was a rusted red. This must be a dream, a delusion like all the other ones. That's what I decided to tell myself. I could see black puffs of mist here and there. It felt like they were shaped like humans. It had to be a hallucination, but it looked bizarrely real. They were shimmering slowly in irregular patterns. One would disappear, only to appear a moment later somewhere else. There were many of them. Just looking at them made me feel upset somehow. Something smelled terrible. I felt like I was going to throw up. I didn't want to be here for a second longer than I had to. I had a strong, overwhelming desire to get out. When I woke up, the sky was bright and Shibuya was a city of death. A.H. General Hospital hadn't collapsed, luckily, but there were huge cracks in the walls, and the inside was a mess. The lobbies of the outpatient wing were filled with wounded, some who had been brought here by ambulance and some who had walked here on their own. They were all demanding to be the first to see the doctor. When I woke up, Ayase smiled and told me we were going back to Shibuya. I asked her what time it was, and she said around 6 in the morning. I would have been unconscious for 10 hours or so then. I couldn't see Yua anywhere. I asked Ayase, but she said she didn't know. The train ride from Yoyogi to Shibuya takes less than 5 minutes, but the aftershocks from the quake had shut the trains down entirely. The tracks were an absolute mess. They wouldn't be coming back online today. We were forced to walk, but the streets were cracked and caved in, or blocked entirely with rubble from fallen buildings. A straight path was impossible. It took us almost 3 hours to get to Shibuya Station. The area around the station was a mess. Most of the buildings had fallen. The number of bodies was unbelievable, and the way they had died was too horrible to look at. Some people were still moving. Some people were walking around with looks of shock on their face, like us. Others were crouched next to the rubble and waiting for help. Some of them were clinging to the dead and crying. None of the living had the energy left to even look at them. The shock had drained all the energy from their bodies. The strong smell of blood, the smell of dust, and the foul smell of something rotting filled the air. Was this Gladiel's doing? Maybe Gladiel was an earthquake. In America, they gave human names to hurricanes, like Andrew or Katrina. Was this the ending that Ayase had wanted? Maybe it was the perfect ending for an apocalyptic fantasy. But even if Ayase was a gigalomaniac, or was she called a Black Knight, could she really cause this huge earthquake all on her own? She had talked about worlds melting and linking. What did that mean? I took a quick look at her. She was a few steps in front of me. This was enough to rattle even her, from the look of it. She bit her lip as if it would help her endure the pain, and walked on silently.
おいみんなここは危ないから避難場所へ行こう
The speaker was a middle-aged man in a suit. A good number of people were still alive, including us. He seemed to be speaking to the survivors.
救助を待ってたら日が暮れてしまう避難場所まで行けばきっとなんとかなるここに
にとどまっているよりずっとマシだ。辛いかもしれないが、立って歩こうじゃないか。俺たちには亡くなった人たちの分まで生きなくちゃならない使命があるんだ。
The guy had a lot of energy, I thought. Several of the people around him must have agreed with him, though, as they began to slowly walk toward him. Most, however, didn't. Ayase ignored him. She seemed to be heading somewhere. I had no choice but to go with her. I felt a stabbing pain in my temples. The same pain had hit me several times on the way here from Yoyogi.
頼むよ。みんな立ってくれ。どうしてわからないんだ。ここは危ないんだって。瓦礫の下敷きになったらどうするんだ。俺はみんなに生きていてほしいんだよ。
My head hurts. What's going on? The sky suddenly turned red. I looked up and saw reddish bronze clouds in the sky. It was what I had seen in my dream. The asphalt road, the concrete rubble, the buildings, the glass on the ground, lamp posts broken at their bases, they were all covered in rust. I heard an insane laugh. It was the man who had been trying to get everyone to evacuate. There was what looked like a black mist wrapped around his body. No, it wasn't just him. Everyone here except the dead had that same mist coming out of their bodies. The mist was the same size as a person. It was slowly wavering. It seemed curiously alive, and something about it made me sick. This was the same as my dream, too. The man's laugh was pissing me off. I turned over to him, and for some reason, there was an assault rifle in his hands.
今なら警察いないから殺し放題じゃないか。
He suddenly started firing the gun. I dropped down. I had been shot. At the least I thought I had been. I was right in front of him when he had been firing. But I didn't feel any pain. I looked up, terrified.
避難場所に行けば水や食料、それに毛布もある。ここにとどまっていても意味はないんだ。
He didn't have a gun. He was yelling at the people around him.
さあ、生きる気力を持とう。無駄に。
The change was instant. The man had been shouting with his fist in the air. There was a burst of static, and suddenly he was holding a gun. That wasn't how human beings worked. There was a gap between one movement and another. It didn't feel real at all. It was like watching two separate videos that had been badly spliced together. He fired his gun again. The people around me were falling over, blood spurting from bullet wounds. There were screams all over the square. But for some reason, none of the bullets touched me. It felt like I was watching a movie. It didn't feel real.
匠
When Ayase said my name, everything went back to normal. She was staring at me. She looked like she wanted to say something, but instead, She just turned her back to me and started walking. I looked up at the sky. It was cloudy, but it wasn't red. A dull gray light lit up everything around me. It wasn't rusty red. The man with the gun was still calling for people to go to the shelters. The people he had shot were unharmed. I couldn't see any black mist anywhere. What did I just see? Another delusion, the same as always? If so, my imagination sure as hell wasn't what it used to be. The delusion just now didn't feel real at all. It was like a movie or a video game.
匠、早く来て。
Ayase motioned me onward. Where was she going? Was she headed to a shelter, like the man had been saying? As it turned out, she wasn't, but for some reason she had headed into the Inokashira Line station. No staff were there, and the trains weren't moving. She got down onto the tracks and started to walk alongside them. The tunnel was dark and poorly lit. This was a place where most people would never be allowed in their entire lives. It hadn't collapsed yet, but there was no telling when it would. Yesterday, I never would have imagined I would be doing something like this. An adventure alongside the train tracks. It would make for a great movie. Wait, wasn't there already a movie like that? It was from before I was born, so of course I had never seen it. All I knew was that it was about walking along train tracks in search of a dead body. Actually, I guess a subway tunnel wasn't a very good movie set. Not much to see. The tunnel would take us to Shinsen, then Komaba to Daime, then after that Ike Nue and Shimokitazawa. If you wanted a way to get out of Shibuya, following the train tracks like this would be a good way to do it. But we had walked all the way back here from Yoyogi, which was a good distance away from Shibuya's center. It was safe to assume that whatever Ayase was doing, she wasn't trying to escape Shibuya.
どこへ行くの？
深センの駅よ。
What would she want to do there? Was she planning on heading to school? Or maybe she wanted to go to the base, but Ayase didn't know where I lived. I suddenly wondered if Seiratan was safe. What would I do if the Kurenai building had collapsed in the earthquake and my wives were buried in rubble? I had more important things to worry about now, though. I could see a light up ahead. There was a railway crossing out past the tunnel where you could see the sky. Past it, the tracks entered the building again, and that's where the platforms were. The lights on the platform were out because of the earthquake. It was dark inside. It was almost entirely empty. I could see only two people sitting on the platform. From their clothes, they were both female students from Suime. Ayase walked straight toward them. Did she know them, maybe? As I got closer, I could see them clearly even in the darkness. My eyes narrowed. Hadn't I seen them somewhere? I quickly realized who they were. It was Senna and Kozupi. But something was wrong. They must have heard my footsteps, but they didn't move to look up. They were just sitting there, unmoving.
セナ、コズピ？
I called out their names. They didn't move. What was going on?
黒騎士の心が殺されていく。だから回収するの。理想道。
No way. That's impossible. I ran over to them. I looked into Senna's slumped forward face. Senna's eyes were lifeless. There was no light in them at all. The bright light in her eyes when she
Stream
would glare at
elements.
you was nowhere to
Said,
be seen.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
She was whispering something in a voice so soft I could barely hear it, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. Kozupi was the same. There was no light in her eyes. Drool was falling from her lips, and she was emitting a soft, wordless moan. What had happened to the two of them? What was going on in Shibuya? I looked over to Ayase, hoping she could answer my questions, but she didn't seem to care about them at all. Her eyes were on their D-swords, which were lying on the ground next to them. She brought her own D-sword close to them. I heard the awful resonant sound again. The three D-swords changed shape. There was a shock wave like a blast of wind. When it was gone, Senna and Kozupi's D-swords were in Ayase's hands.
これで6本揃った。
Ayase's cheeks were red, like she was excited. She was staring at me.
匠、あとは君が手に入れるだけよ。
How could she be so calm? I started to snap at her, but just then, the stabbing pain in my head came back. The world turned red. Everything rusted and rotted. A terrible smell was coming from Kozupi. She slowly stood up. Her entire body was red. Was it blood? Was it rust?
殺してやる。
She looked up. The black mist was covering her face. I could feel her intense desire to murder me. Her thin arms reached out as if to strangle me. I blinked and Kozupi was sitting on the ground again. I couldn't see her face because she was slumped forward.
殺してやる。
Static, and Kozupi was right beside me. The black mist touched my shoulder. It was so cold I shivered.
みんな殺してやる。匠ちゃんも鏡でズタズタに。
Her voice was emotionless, machine-like, and that's what made it scarier than usual. I blinked. Senna's body was being ripped apart. Kozupi was bringing down a shard of broken glass on Senna's head. Dark red blood stained Senna's pretty black hair. Kozupi raised the glass again and stabbed. Static. Now Kozupi was unmoving, and Senna had come to life. Senna was crouched on top of a prone homeless man who had been there a minute ago. Her head was pressed against his shoulder. It was moving up and down, twitching. What was she doing? Her hair was covering her face and I couldn't see. Slowly, Senna raised up her head. The man's shoulder was covered in blood. I could see the raw, exposed meat and pink, glistening muscle. No. Was that blood? Muscle? Rust?
おはおいしいよ。
Senna turned around. Her mouth was covered in blood. She was chewing something. I felt dizzy and fell forward. Then the world was back to normal. The headache was gone. I put a hand to my forehead and shook my head a little. I felt awful, like I was going to vomit. There was no terrible shock or instant feeling of terror, but something like a poison was working its way through my body. A sick feeling that wouldn't go away. I looked up at Senna and Kozupi again. The two of them were sitting there, unmoving.
どうしたの？
Ayase offered me a hand. She looked like she wanted to say something again. I took her hand and stood up. We left Senna and Kozupi where they were. I wanted to help them, but they didn't feel like I had the strength to do it, and Ayase didn't seem to care. We headed back to Shibuya Station. We encountered several injured people on our way back, a whole bunch of dead bodies too. Ayase was looking up at the sky, tense. I resisted the urge to throw up and spoke to her.
綾瀬は どんな結末を望むの？
結末？
Yua was missing. Senna and Kozupi had their minds destroyed. Ayase had taken the D-Swords from all the Gigalomaniacs. Well, stolen would be more accurate. And Ayase was the one who had set it all up to happen, too. Could I be sure it wasn't Ayase? Had she just been lucky enough to have every single Gigalomaniac with a D-Sword conveniently have their mind destroyed just before she got there? Not a chance in hell. And if Ayase had set that up, the earthquake was her doing. Gladiel was a myth that Ayase had created.
この地震が綾瀬の妄想じゃないって言い切れる？綾瀬だって望んでたんでしょ？
そうね。
なんでこんなこと？
匠、結論を急がないで。すでに予言されていたの、セイグラーによって。私はそれを知っていた。ただそれだけ。
グラジオール機は綾瀬の妄想じゃないか。そんな本 どこにも存在しないよ。
匠も見たはずよ、私の病室で。
ああ、見たよ。でもあれは白紙だった。
匠に見えていなかっただけよ。
そんなの詭弁だ。嘘だ。僕を騙そうっていうのか。
世界は約67億ある。つまり人類の全人口よ。異なっているの、それぞれの見ている世界は。全く同一であることはないわ。匠と私もそう。
それが本当だって言うならそう出してよ。どうせ無理なんでしょ。
Ayase stared at me. Her eyes narrowed. It wasn't like she didn't know what to say. It was more like she was trying to keep her feelings from showing.
見たいの？私が見ている世界を。
できるならやってみてよ。たとえ見せられても信じないだろうけど。
違うわ、匠。君はもうすでに見ている。私の世界と君は少しずつ同期し始めているのね。
何を？
The world turned to rust again. I could see a black mist hovering over the people on the ground. There was a child crushed under the rubble. His head was poking out. A man who looked like his father was trying to save him. Static. The father was stamping his foot onto the child's head. The boy's skull was split open like a watermelon. Blood and brains were everywhere. More static. The boy's head was unharmed. The father was shouting to him, "Hang in there, I'll get you out." Static. The boy wasn't under the rubble anymore. He was screaming at his father, "Get your ass moving, you old geezer." He was stabbing him with a knife. A short distance away, a young man and woman were sitting on the ground. They were huddled together under a blanket. The static wrapped itself around them, and the man was raping the woman. The woman's screams echoed off the broken street. Her screams disappeared in another burst of static. The two of them were sitting there silently. Two middle-aged women were slowly moving down the street. They looked like sisters. A burst of static, and one was shanking another by the hair. She was pulling hard, dragging her down the street. Tufts of hair were being ripped out. More static, and everything was normal.
なんだよこれ。
私の世界よ。
This, it was her delusion, not mine. Or was it a delusion at all? Was it real? I could see the black mist around Ayase's chest too. I looked away, trying to keep it out of my field of vision.
匠の見ていた空はどんな色をしていた？
どんな青い
あんな色？
Ayase pointed at the sky. It was red.
あれは赤土色だ。
赤土色？あの色は青じゃないのね。
どこからどう見ても青空じゃないよ、常識的に考えて。
でも私にとってはあの色が青なのよ。
What are you talking about?
匠が説明できるの？青色ってどんな色？
どんなって、だから空の色。
あの色の空しか知らないのよ、私は。
みんな青がどんな色かぐらい知ってるでしょ。
だから説明して、例えを使わずに青にはどんな色なのか。
Without using examples? I thought but got nowhere. I couldn't come up with any way to explain the color blue. Ayase looked sad when she saw my reaction.
世界は約67億ある。そう言ったはずよ。空の色も67億通りある。みんな見ているものが同じだとは限らないわ。
Everything turned back to normal. This color was my sky.
綾瀬はずっとあんな世界を見てきたの。
She gave me a soft nod.
生まれた時からずっと。それが当たり前のことだと思っていたわ。世界の構造として。でも違うのね。今匠の話を聞いて理解できたわ。
あの黒いもやは何なの？
写真よ。誰でも持っているものなの、人ならば。そしてこの写真はグラジオールの糧となり、形を作り出していく。見えた？人々の負の妄想が。
Was that what I was seeing when I saw the static? And then all those people were doing all those terrible things?
私は昔から見てきた。黒騎士ならば程度の差はあってもみんな見えているはずよ。そこにあるのはむき出しの悪意、むき出しの欲望。
So Ayase had been seeing that world since the day she was born?
匠、私が望む結末はこの錆びついた世界から魂ごと抜け出すこと。そのためにはグラジオールを倒さなければならないのよ。
Ayase walked over to me.
だから見つけて。あとは匠だけなの。理想像を見つけて。
無理だ。
I grabbed Ayase's shoulder and pushed her away. Ayase's eyes went wide, like she was shocked by what I had done.
なぜ諦めるの？
僕は綾瀬が思うほどすごい人間じゃない。どれだけ望んでもディソードが手に入る兆候すらないじゃないか。ウォーフロントの時もそうだったし、 地震が起きてからもそうだ。方法がわからないんだ。ディソードなんて手に入れられないよ。自信がないよ。
それならなぜ私を助けたの？
Ayase approached me again, with a new forcefulness in her step. I backed away.
助けたって一体何のこと？
私が学校の屋上から飛び降りた時、君が花壇のある世界を生み出した。だから私は一つ上のステージに魂を移すことはできなかったわ。
It was just luck. I didn't even mean to do it.
それでもいいと思った。君の力を知ることができたから。あの時から君が私の希望になったから。
Please don't have any hopes for me. Don't expect me to do anything.
たくみ、自分を卑下しないで。それは邪神王の精神侵略よ。負けてはいけないのよ。君には力がある。確実に手に入れられる。必ずディソード。
無理だ。無理だよ。
I had thought I could stay with Ayase. I had thought she was the only one who could protect me. But now after spending time with her, I understood. I couldn't stay with her after all. The world she saw was just too different from my own. To be perfectly blunt, she was too crazy for me. I'm a piece of shit, aren't I? But I am who I am.
なぜそんなことを言うの？
She was clinging to me with tears in her eyes. The cool, unemotional girl I had known was nowhere to be seen.
私はこんな世界にいたくない。お願い、解放して。私の希望になって。黒騎士として目覚めて。
無理だよ。
無理じゃないわ。
Ayase's world synchronized with mine again. The blackness flowed out of her chest and wrapped around my body. It was like an anaconda encircling its prey to squeeze and kill it. I could feel its awfulness up against my skin. It was Ayase's raw, exposed desire. It wasn't. Nobody was used to seeing the exposed emotions of other human beings. Static.
君は私の希望。
Ayase was staring at me. Her eyes were pitch black.
君を離さないわ。つなぎ止める。どんな手を使ってでも。
Her fingers started unbuttoning my blazer buttons, one by one.
君を欲しい。
She pressed herself up against me, like she had done when she kissed me in the closet. I was frozen solid. I couldn't move. All the buttons were undone, and she opened my shirt. She then began to loosen my belt and lower the zipper of my pants.
君は力が欲しい。
Her cold hands ran across the skin of my chest. And then she dug her nails in. The pain was awful, but I still couldn't move.
欲しいのよ。
The fingers dug into my flesh, went between my bones, and gently grabbed my beating heart. I was shaking from fear, from pain, and from the coldness of her hands.
あったかい。もらうわね。
やめ
I could feel the blood vessels bursting. Blood poured out from my chest. She was taking it. She was taking my heart. The world suddenly changed color. Everything was dim and blurry again. The red bronze color was gone. My body was unharmed. I put my hand to my chest and I could feel my heart beat. My heart was right there. She was standing in front of me. Her expression looked so sad, like she might cry again at any moment. Again, when she had taken the D-sword from Yua, when I had first seen her world at Scramble Crossing, when she had taken the D-sword from Senna and Kozupi, she had always looked at me like she was trying not to cry.
首そんなつもりじゃないの。写真を制御できなくなっている。私も取り込みすぎたせいかもしれない。理想度。写真王の精神侵食で私はおかしくなりつつある。
Wasn't that all just a part of your delusion? Everything you're telling me is a lie, isn't it? The words came to my mind, but I didn't say them. I couldn't say them. Ayase was always so cold, so reserved. She never had any kind of expression on her face at all, but now she looked so sad. She was showing me how fragile she truly was.
僕はどうすればいい
A very small tear ran from the corner of her eye. She was looking at me desperately.
私は支配されつつあるわ。邪神王の攻撃によって。このままじゃ自我を保てない。だから取り除いて私の中を侵食する不浄なる邪神を。
取り除くってどうやって？
私の世界を見たでしょ。あの黒いもやは人が持つ不浄なる邪神が具現化したもの。むき出しの悪意。それを掴んで私の体から引き抜いて。
I can't. Just the thought of doing something so disgusting.
お願い、匠。私は私でいたいの。私の世界を救って。
Then slowly she dropped to the ground. She looked so frail. We had promised. She had told me this.
君を守るわ。君も私を守って。
Senna and Kozupi were broken beyond repair. Rimi was gone. I didn't want to lose Ayase too. That was part of it. But more than anything, I wanted to save her. I knew there was no way I could. But even if Ayase was just crazy, even if this was all just part of her delusion, I wanted to save her. The second I had that thought, rust covered the world. I could see the black mist coiled like a snake about to strike, one end coming out of her chest. Just looking at it made me feel terrible. I wanted to look away. But if I did, nothing would change. I had to try, but I couldn't. My heart felt like it was being crushed in my chest. The headache was getting worse. I can't do it. I can't. I'm not the kind of person who could save somebody else.
たく
I looked up when she called my name. She was offering me her hand. Wet eyes stared straight at me.
私を好きにして
Complete trust, or maybe just dependency. But nobody had ever relied on me like this before. My heart was starting to lose hope, but with the help of Ayase's voice, I managed to keep from giving up. I bit my lip and took a step toward her. Her black snake stretched out to me like it had found new prey, and wrapped around my neck. It was so freezing cold that it actually felt hot. It wrapped around my neck with a gentle, almost pleasant force. Ayase fell toward me. All the strength had left her body. I had to support her from falling.
たくみ
I put my hands around her thin waist.
本当にいいの？
いいわ
I gulped loudly, and then I reached my hand out toward the black snake coming from her chest. In an instant the mist took physical form and became a black leech. The feeling of disgust got even worse. Ayase's wicked heart in its purest form. The ugliest parts of her, the ones she didn't want to show anybody. That's what this was. I grabbed the leech's body. It was slippery and so cold it was physically painful. I wanted to let go of it immediately, but I didn't. Ayase was moaning with a look on her face somewhere between ecstasy and pain.
ば抜いて
I pulled as hard as I could. I could feel what it felt like tearing flesh. Black liquid poured out from her heart. It got all over my hands and face. I couldn't tell if it was blood or something else. I ignored it and kept pulling at the leech.
大丈夫？
I stopped. I couldn't take her screaming, but Ayase put her hand on mine.
止めないでダメじゃないから
Her voice was strong, even if she was covered in sweat. I didn't hesitate anymore. If I did, I would just make her suffer.
抜けろ！
I used all my strength and pulled on the leech. Her body was spasming hard. The leech kept coming out. It was longer than I thought. It turned into a black lump and wrapped itself around my arms. It was squeezing my hands with incredible strength. Maybe these were its death throes. I grit my teeth at the pain. I had pulled it out, but I didn't know what to do with it.
いいの
Ayase gently stroked my cheek, leaning her body up against mine.
不浄なる邪心は君の手で純粋な邪心へと変わるわ
The The black wicked heart in my hand began to glow with a purple light, with a sound like a microphone feedback or a scream. It turned into a sword.
れディソード
I had wanted it so badly, but I had never been able to get one, and now it was in my hands. Ayase's wicked heart had become a D-sword.
目覚めたのね匠
As I held her in my arms, Ayase smiled. She was still in pain, but she was smiling. There was sweat on her forehead and her bangs were stuck to her brow.
ありがとう目覚めてくれて
Did I really do something worth a thank you? I couldn't tell for sure.
匠
Ayase put her hand around my neck. She held me tight.
君だけは私の話を真面目に聞いてくれたのは嬉しかったすごく
Her body was so hot. The black liquid on her chest was gradually turning red. The blood stained my clothes too. I didn't care. I held Ayase tightly. Her breathing was ragged, and with each breath she took, her whole body heaved. I could smell her sweat, but even that didn't bother me.
大好き
Did I love Ayase? Maybe I was just dependent on her, but she was dependent on me too. That wasn't so bad, was it? Maybe we could just stay together like this. Suddenly, the sky behind Ayase turned from reddish bronze to black. It was like a stain, or maybe a star, but the size of the stain grew bigger and bigger. It was on its way to blotting out the whole sky.
なんだあれ
I whispered in shock. Ayase saw that something was wrong, and with my help staggered to her feet to look up at the sky.
あれが目覚めた邪神をついに侵略を始めたんだわ結局私は間に合わなかったというのもう止められないの
Yes, it's too late. You can't
そんな
stop
こ
it.
とさせない
Ayase pulled her D-sword from empty air.
どうするつもり
グラジオール記目視録紙幣にはこう書かれているわ7本のディソードが集まった時暗黒の大蛇が現れるとそれは純粋なる邪神の塊邪神をほふることのできる邪神あらゆる崩壊を飲み込み邪神王の身を砕くことのできる同質にして異質なるものその大蛇を出現させるのよグラジオールを倒すために
She was still unsteady, but she somehow managed to raise her D-sword and close her eyes. It was almost like she was meditating. But I waited a moment and nothing happened. The sky had turned completely black now. It was almost like night had fallen. No, it was even worse. The black mist became a fog that settled over the city of Shibuya. It became a tsunami, filling the city of Shibuya with wicked hearts. It was getting closer, slowly traveling along the rubble-filled ground. Everything was turning black. It was infecting the whole world without a sound. And then the wave was upon us, lapping at our feet. I let out a moan of despair. The rusty world was starting to rot. It was rotting, collapsing, turning to nothingness. The people, the corpses, the rubble, Everything was melting together and giving off a terrible stench.
綾瀬どうにかならないの？
どうして？
Ayase was looking at her sword tearfully, ignoring my call.
ディソードが7本揃っているのにどうして現れないの？このままじゃグラジオールに世界は飲み込まれてしまうわ。やっぱり黒騎士が7人集まらなければどうしようもなかった。予言通りに進めなければダメだったのよ。
The waves were getting higher and higher. They had been at our ankles just 30 seconds ago. Now they were at our knees. The strange thing was that I could feel my body resisting being swept away by the waves. Did that mean they were physically here? They weren't just an illusion? The thought terrified me. Shibuya was really about to rot away.
綾瀬が妄想すればいい。グラジオールを倒す妄想を。
I screamed. I couldn't take it anymore, but Ayase shook her head.
私の妄想じゃないわ、グラジオール機は。
だとしても僕にも綾瀬にもその予言をねじ曲げて新しい妄想を現実にすることは可能なはずだろ。それがギガロマニアックス、いや黒騎士なんだろ。
でも匠。
She was looking at me helplessly.
わからないの。どうすればいいのか。
No. I couldn't speak. The black mist was covering the whole world. The sky was completely dark. There were no stars, no light at all. The black waves were up to our waists, and a torrent of water was threatening to pull us under. It was all we could do to stay standing. A half-melted corpse flowed right past us, buoyed by the water. If I went under, I would end up like that, too. The thought made me want to scream in terror. What do I do? What do I do? But no ideas came. I wasn't a hero, just a creepy otaku. Even if I had a D-sword now, I didn't know how to use it. I was completely useless. Somebody should just stake me to a wall and kill me, right? Like in the crucified murder. And then I suddenly remembered Fess's song, the lyrics.
歌を歌うんだ。
It wasn't just a guess. It was the only thing I could think of, but I wasn't sure it would work.
歌で綾瀬の妄想を世界に拡散させるんだ。
The world Fess had created had captivated the youth of Shibuya. The myths of Gladiator by themselves weren't anything special. They might not even exist. Maybe they were a delusion that only Ayase had ever possessed. But now that had changed. Phantasm songs had spread those myths to every young person in the city. She had created a shared awareness.
だから歌うんだ。グラジオールを倒す歌を歌ってよ、フェス。
歌えというの？この状況で。
歌を歌うことで導きが現れるって前に言ってたじゃないか。
そうね、言ったわ。そしてあのライブで匠と出会えた。匠。
Ayase reached out her hand to me. I grabbed it and held it tight.
匠は好き？私の歌。
うん。
I had listened to the CD I had bought at the concert a bunch of times. I hadn't because of how much I hated crowds, but I had actually wanted to go see her concerts a bunch more times. I nodded and Ayase smiled and looked so happy.
ここで滅びても 別にいいかもしれない。匠がそう言ってくれたから。歌うわ。聞いていて、匠。
Ayase closed her eyes. She concentrated, focusing her mind just for a moment, and then she took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, she wasn't Ayase anymore. She was Fess, the lead singer of Phantasm.
最下に契約の地を。
She whispered the name of the song and began to sing. Her voice echoed towards the dark black sky.
杭を打て闇夜を切り裂き月光を浴びて幾千もの鉄槌は汝の痛みとなりて今解き放たれるやがて叫びは宙に舞い夜空は赤く染まるだろう十字の杭は力となりやがて聖域へとたどり着く
The song's lyrics gave me the hint I needed.
綾瀬、杭を打つんだ。
This song wasn't about the crucified murder at all.
7本の偽装度を合わせて闇夜に打ち込むんだ。
This was a song about Gladiel's defeat, the song that would liberate Ayase from her rusted world.
綾瀬の世界を壊せ。
Ayase stared at me. Her eyes were ablaze with fire. I always thought she was most beautiful when she was singing. She felt so much more alive. There was no trace of the despair that had been there just a moment ago. Ayase understood exactly what I meant. She said nothing, just nodded. She held my hand tighter. As I struggled to stay upright against the black waves, I entrusted Ayase with my D-sword. When she took it, a red light surrounded it, and it disappeared. But it wasn't gone forever. The red light was swallowed up by Ayase's D-sword, like something was guiding it there. I watched it go and let go of Ayase's hand. She unleashed the power of a black knight. The air around her began to shake with an intense, violent blast of wind. The black waves were pushed back by the shaking air and began to swirl around us like a whirlpool. There was not even the slightest trace of the bored, languid girl that Ayase usually was. She raised her sword. She took a wide stance, and she swung. Her body was filled with nervous tension and with a strength of will that was looking toward the future. The pure destructive impulses within her, the ones she was barely keeping in check, were ready to explode. The red pulsing grew faster and faster. That sword controls fate. That sword is a convergence of sorrow. That sword allows us to interfere with a higher plane. A double-edged sword which swallows up wicked hearts and which buries them. The cry of Ayase's soul, seeking salvation, took physical form. It was a manifestation of her chaotic heart. Her glare was locked on a single point. The black heavens, the ones that had covered the blue sky I knew, the ones that had covered the red sky she knew, the sky of impure, wicked hearts, about to bring darkness to the world. All that was left for me to do was pray. The king of wicked hearts or the black knight, it was up to Ayase which would be the winner. But strangely, I felt certain I knew who the victor would be. The mists Ayase had created with her songs would never lose to the king of wicked hearts. So, stakes pierce the world,
開け
may the drawer.
天国の扉
With the speed of a bent bow snapping forward, Ayase threw the weapon with all her might. And the next thing I knew, color had returned to the world. The sky was blue. I couldn't explain the color with words, but the sky I looked up at was blue. Had we defeated Gladiel? If nothing else, the black mist covering the world was gone. A warm, soft hand held my own. Ayase was standing beside me. She was looking up at the sky and wordlessly weeping.
青はあんなに美しい色をしていたのね。
見えるの？
見えるわ。匠が見ているのと同じ色の空が。
Such a pure color, so pure it seeps into your heart, so pure it hurts to look at. I never knew that such a pure color was spread out right above our heads. Shibuya was buried in rubble. It was a city of death. There was no trace of the glitter and brightness it had before. But Ayase looked at it, eyes squinting at the light, and said,
世界はこんなにも美しいのね。
She softly squeezed my hand as she spoke. And that is Ayase's ending, a bloody contract for your sins. My, there we go. Okie dokie. Let's go find another ending. Huzzah!
誰もいない。誰も動いていない。体が動かない。僕の名前は西条匠。17歳。水明学園2年。片付けろよな。誰だよ散らかしっぱなしにしたのは。って僕か。
Why the hell would I want to go see blood? It would be way too scary. This wasn't a haunted house or a horror movie. People were really dead and the killer was still on the loose. I didn't want to go anywhere that could be even the slightest bit dangerous. Actually, what was the Newton killer's motive anyway? Was it just some crazy person with a few screws loose, doing it for fun? That was probably the safest assumption. Not that I cared anyway. It had nothing to do with me. By the way, I happen to be a bit of a mass murderer myself. And what's more, no matter how many I killed, everybody still called me a hero. Of course, this was an ESO. Just comparing me and the killer made it clear how much better 2D is than reality. QED. I desperately tried to refuse Misumi's offer while imagining myself delivering a flurry of violent jabs. The murder? Yeah, I'll kick their butt the second I see them. In my delusions, at least, I could kill anybody and save anybody too. But anybody who actually went and did that stuff in the real world was just an idiot. They weren't thinking about what would happen next. The new Jin killer, for example, was surely going to be caught before too long. Then they would spend the next few decades in prison before finally being given the death penalty. I knew exactly what I wanted to say to them. You should have just done it in your delusions. I went to buy dinner. I took the route I always use to go to the local convenience store. From the base, it took about 3 minutes to get there. I knew the route well, with its filthy, dark street. But today, it felt strange, like I had wandered into another world. Everything looked the same as always, but it felt like I was coming here for the first time. And there was this odd smell like rotting garbage. I could feel the humidity clinging to my skin. If I hadn't known better, I would have assumed it had just rained. The air felt sticky. I looked and saw something on the ground, lying on the dark road.
は
At first, it looked like a plastic bag filled with garbage. I ignored it and kept walking. But when I got closer, I saw it was a dead body of a cat. Blood, shit, and piss were coming out of its body as it lay there on the road. I quickly turned away. The disgusting sight gave me goosebumps. I turned around to leave. There was another cat there. This one was alive. Its golden eyes were clearly visible in the darkness. They were staring at me.
なんだよ。
The cat quickly vanished behind a nearby object. Something about that thing gave me the creeps. I wanted to hurry to the convenience store, but I couldn't use this route. I wasn't going past that dead cat. I would have to go around another way. I started walking and then I realized something. For a while now I had been hearing a strange sound. I gulped and listened closer to hear what it was.
最悪だ。
I was sitting in front of my computer monitor. I gulped down some soda and sighed in my reclining chair. That delusion was just awful. It was probably because of all the disgusting things I had been hearing about since yesterday. Sometimes I would have delusions like these, things I could never come up with on my own. It usually happened when I was being influenced by something going on around me. Usually they were really nasty, disgusting things. Maybe I just had too vivid an imagination. The less I understood about something, the more likely it was to show up in my delusions. Sometimes I'd get so scared I would scream. It was one thing to do that in the base, but at school or even in a net cafe like the one I was in now, that was an absolute no-no. Maybe it was just a reflection from a passing car, but a flash of light illuminated the lenses of her glasses. I heard it. Her lips twisted as if she was mocking me. There was so much distance between us. There were so many people around us. But still I could hear her tiny laugh. And as she laughed, she suddenly lifted up her skirt. Dozens of small, shiny objects fell out from inside it. They looked like crosses. I remembered the crucifixion I had seen the other day. The look on her face was sheer insanity. Her eyes were bloodshot, her cheeks frozen, and a smile was on her lips. Then, for some reason, she started to walk across the street, even though the light was still red. I shriveled up in fear and tried to run, but my legs were rooted to the ground. I couldn't even speak. She was getting closer, crossing the street, the cross-shaped stakes in her hand. Stay away! I screamed in my mind, and then she was hit by a truck that was driving down the road and thrown down the street and icicate into a completely different anime where she was appropriate. The people around me started to scream. There were too many people between us for me to see what had happened to her, but I was sure that she was dead. She was dead for sure. She was lying on the ground,
Stream
broken, bones
Elements
shattered, and
said,
covered in blood.
"Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
I'm saved, I told myself, even though I knew it was a terrible thing to think. I came back to my senses. My body was soaked with an awful sweat. The people around me weren't screaming anymore. They were simply waiting for the light to change. There was no sign of any truck, and the girl on the other side of the street was still there, staring. Was what I had seen just a delusion? The light changed. The crowd began to move. I couldn't move. Girl A didn't move. She didn't smile or flip up her skirt. She just stared at me. It was as if time had stopped for the two of us and no one else. Why wasn't she moving? Why was she just standing there? It didn't make sense. It was weird. I shouldn't get involved.
私、あなたのことが好きなんです。ずっと西条くんのこと見てました。もう見てるだけじゃ嫌なんです。
Her face was now bright red. For some reason, as she talked, she started to rummage through her bag. She seemed to be looking for
あなたの
something.
全部私のものにしたいんです。それでいろいろ考えて一番素敵な方法を思いついたんです。
And then she took out a brand new kitchen knife. It glistened in the light of the desk lamp. All I could do was stare at it in shock. My brain couldn't keep up with everything that was happening.
私、あなたが好きだから。好きすぎてもう耐えられないから。
Her hands gripped the knife. She must have been gripping it terribly hard because her fingers had turned white. She pointed the blade straight at me. I started to shake my head no, so she would know I didn't think this was a good idea, but there was no making her listen now.
あなたの肉とか骨とか皮膚とか内臓とか脳とか目玉とか、もちろんあなたの一番恥ずかしいところも全部私が食べてあげますね。
She laughed an insane laugh as she leapt at me. There was a dull impact, a sense of pressure. I looked down at my chest. The blade of the knife was embedded deep within me. She let out a sweet sigh right next to my ears. The knife dug through my flesh and my bones, but I didn't feel any pain. Of course I didn't, because this was a delusion. Scary. Yandere are scary. My own delusion was scaring the shit out of me. As I stood there shaking, Yua suddenly fell backwards and landed on her butt. She was rubbing her behind, looking a little teary-eyed.
さっき外出嫌いなのに。
ねえ、
お前だな。
よし、繋がった。
Have we not seen this negative one before? I thought we had. Then there would be nobody left to tell the truth, dead men tell no tales. The psychic boy who tried to identify the Nugent killer turned out to be the killer himself. A shocking conclusion. What an incredible twist ending. They would come up with a story about how I had killed myself to atone for my crimes, and the Nugent murders would end with a shocking video. My body would slam into the concrete, my limbs would twist to impossible angles, my brain would splatter out of my shattered skull onto the concrete, and the whole country would see it. Nothing less would satisfy the viewers. That's how entertainment worked. It was so simple. All I had to do was die. Then everyone else would be happy. And not just everyone else. I would be happier that way too. If I died, I would never have to suffer or be scared again. Yeah, I guess we haven't seen this one. Okay. I think the paused one is that one, maybe? Okay. Time to kill myself. I should kill myself. I was going to kill myself. I meant that too. It wasn't just something I was saying. The answer was so simple. Okay, so yeah, we haven't seen this one. I don't know how many of the negative ones we haven't seen yet, but I feel like it's more towards the end that we haven't. I suddenly felt so much better, and feeling better than I had in ages, I flung myself into the sky. The night sky around Shibuya Station spun and spun. I fell. I could feel the wind on my whole body. It felt good. Look, everybody, I'm a bird. Splat. Goodbye, goodbye. So no, we haven't seen this one.
死んじゃった。
I don't think there are too many
バカじ
that
ゃな
we
いのこ
haven't
いつ。
seen yet, but I'm kind of going through real quick and seeing which ones we haven't seen. Seems like most of the endings divert around chapter 7, so for chapter 8 and 9, in order to get the positive negative stuff, we kind of have to not do an ending, I guess. Because if I remember right, when I did the second ending, we mainly focused on the positive, right? Other than the endings that would get us to the, other than the choices that would get us to the ending. So it's mainly the negative where we don't have it. I think I know which positive we're missing, assuming we're only missing one. So I think we're close to seeing all the delusions at least once, I think. Kind of want to go ahead and do that before we get the last of the endings. Just to make sure we aren't missing any, just so we can have that box ticked off, if that makes sense. I think it's this one that we don't have the positive for yet. The one with the popsicle. Because the negative is... The negative is it has whose eyes are these on the popsicle stick. I don't think we have the positive for this one yet. I don't think we've seen the positive. Oh, maybe we have. Oh, that's where she confesses she loves us. Right. No. So we're still missing a positive somewhere. But it's gotta be somewhere in chapter 7 and 8, I feel like. Because that's, most of the endings so far have cut off at chapter 7. So we'll keep going with the negatives and see if we can find where our negative is missing. It's gotta be maybe in chapter 8 or something. I could hear Remy standing up. I turned around in surprise, and she was heading towards the door. I tried to tell her to stop, but I was in such a panic I couldn't get the words out. Suddenly, she stopped and turned her head to look back at me.
Eh? どうしてそれを
I hadn't said a word about Nanami to her.
独り言ブツブツ言ってたからねえ私と妹さんどっちが大事
That was the worst question imaginable. You know how it is. There are mean girls out there who like to ask questions they know you can't answer. They only care about themselves, and they don't care about you at all. I never thought I would actually hear those words spoken in real life, though. This was the ugly part of 3D girls. In the end, Remy was just another one of them. To be honest, I was disappointed. I felt stupid for even trying to open up to her. I should have known that 3D could never beat 2D. I decided to just stop hanging out with her altogether. All of my interest in her instantly faded, and I let out an annoyed sigh. I wasn't going to stop her from leaving. In fact, I wanted her gone right now. But then Remy did something
答
unexpected.
えて私か妹さんかどっちか選んで
She took what looked like a paring knife out of her bag and put it up to her wrist. I was stunned and terrified.
私を選んで私だけを見て
Was that supposed to be a threat? Was this who she really was? Was she actually
お
insane?
願い私を見てよ
君は 僕だけを見てくれてないじゃないか。
I made the mistake of giving her a serious response. You were supposed to just ignore crazy girl threats. I regret it, but it was too late.
見てるよ。
Her voice was horribly cold. Her eyes were bloodshot. There was a mocking smile on her
だから
lips.
邪魔者は排除するの。あなたの妹をさらったのも私だし。
You're lying.
タクに選んでもらうためなら私こんなことだってするよ。
And then Remy took the knife that was pressed up against her wrist and slowly began to draw it across her skin.
やめろ。
やめろって何が？
Suddenly, I was staring at my computer monitor again. I could hear Remy behind me. She sounded confused. I quickly turned around and saw she was sitting on the sofa. She had a manga in her hand and was looking at me stunned.
タク顔色悪いけどどうかしたの？
うん。
It was just a delusion. That one scared me.
ボケなす？今の何？
あ、いや、
Remy had just heard my Sayritan email voice. That was really embarrassing. The window was open. The wind was blowing into the room, making the white curtains billow. I wandered over to the window. I didn't go to look at anything. I didn't go to close the window. It was just a sudden urge, with no real reason behind it. I stood at the window and went to look up at the sky. Then I saw a shadow. Something falls down silently from above, and for a second my eyes met with its own. The shadow disappeared. I heard the loud sound of something smashing into something below.
なんだ。
I collapsed where I stood. My body started to shake violently. I had realized what it was that I had just seen. Ayase Kishimoto. She had fallen from above and then hit the ground. If I looked out the window, I would see her there, covered in blood, brains splattered all over the pavement. Just before she had died, our eyes had met. I was the last person to see her, and I was the last person she saw while she was alive. An awful scream poured from my mouth as I put my hands to my head in terror.
見ろよタク。変な本があるぞ。
I looked up in shock when Misumi said my name. I was standing in the corner of the room, nowhere near the window. I ran over to the window and looked out. Ayase was nowhere to be seen below me. It was just a delusion. I almost collapsed where I stood, but managed to grab onto the windowsill.
あなたはもうずっとこの病院に入院してたんでしょって。
どういう意味だそれ。
あのね、岸本さんは退院なんてしてなかったの。
Remy seemed a little proud as she shared this information with us.
たまにしか学校に来なかったのもこの病院から無断で通ってたから。ライブだってそう。そしてニュージェネ事件は岸本さんが生み出した妄想を彼女自身の手で実行したものだったの。ファンタズムの歌詞の通りに事件を起こしたのよ。それによって注目を浴びるために。それが私の推理したニュージェネ事件の真相。さっき思い切って岸本さん本人にぶつけてみたんだ。そしたら叩かれちゃった。
That's not funny. Anybody would get mad if you accused them of being a murderer with no evidence. Wait, Remy hadn't gotten mad when I had accused her of being the new Jin murderer.
でも私の推理は間違ってないはず。タク、気をつけてね。岸本さんは異常だよ。
I couldn't believe Remy would say such a thing. I had thought I had misheard it.
私は正常よ。
え
I heard a clear voice call out. I looked and saw Ayase standing at the entrance to the building, holding her D
す
sword.
べては大いなる意志の導き。
She screamed, running at us with the blade.
おい、逃げようぜ。
タク、どうしよ
どうしようって。
う。グラジオールに栄光あ
There was clearly something wrong with Ayase. She was heading closer and closer to us. Crap. I needed to run. I needed to run or she would kill me. I was so panicked I stumbled as I turned to flee. I landed face first on the ground.
諦めろ、リミ。
The two of them fled, leaving me behind. I reached out toward them as they got smaller and smaller in my vision.
待って、置いていかないで。
死ね
I turned around just in time to see Ayase standing above me, holding the D sword high above her head.
おーい、タク。何ぼーっとしてんだ。行くぞ。
Misumi was calling me. Remy was standing next to him, waving. I blinked and looked around me. There was no sign of Ayase. I wasn't hurt. I hadn't been stabbed.
妄想か。
I thought she would kill me. I never wanted to see Ayase like that in real
タ
life.
ク、早く来いって。
I quickly chased after them.
?
嫌だよ。
Remy rejected my offer.
私行きたくない。
I had never thought she would refuse. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Remy had always done whatever I had wanted. She had always been there to help me. She had always been there to support me. So I had thought she would say yes to whatever I asked. But I realized now that I was silly for thinking she would always say yes. I had been arrogant. I had treated her like a tool.
そう。
それに
Remy turned away from me. She wrapped her arms tight around her body.
それにタクも行かない方がいい。
それってどういう。
実家には戻らないで。
Her voice was clear and unhesitating, like she was giving me an order. I didn't understand. I didn't know what would make her say that. What look was on her face right now? I didn't understand.
わけがわからない。
あなたは何も知らなくていい。
There was a tension in her voice, a sense of urgency. She was like a totally different person than she had been
こ
before.
こでこのコンテナハウスだけでずっと生きていけばいいの。そうしてもらわないと困るんだ。
She needed me to do that? Wait, this was a delusion, right? Right? And suddenly, a high-pitched sound stabbed my ears. It was like a girl's scream. I cut her off. I put my hands tight over my ears. You can't tell me anything. I reject you. As I tried to escape into a delusion, Remy's voice pulled me back to reality. Remy slowly walked up to me. It had saved me when I was in trouble. It had kept my mind from breaking. Her voice was kind. All the colors seemed to have gone out of the world. There was no hope to be found. My life had no meaning. The cold twilight wind stealing the heat from my body.
そりゃ新作じゃねえよ。先週出た
I took a heavy, slow step forward. I found a spot without a traffic light. I staggered out into the road. It felt like salvation was waiting for me there. The bright flash of a car's headlights, the piercing noise of a car's horn, the unnerving sound of screeching tires. Come on, kill me. I'm not real. I'm a monster. A hard impact near my stomach. My body bent forward. I rolled up onto the hood. Terrible pain. Something hard hit the back of my head. My vision blacked out. I could hear the sound of my bones shattering in my head. It was like I was underwater. I couldn't breathe. I bounced off. I rolled. My limbs flailed. The pain burnt my nerves to ash. Now I can finally die. I opened my eyes and saw I was on the sidewalk. The road where I had been struck was right in front of me. I looked at my body. It was unharmed. No blood, no pain. It felt like I had become a ghost. I wished I would become a ghost. But if I had, I should have seen my corpse in the road. And I couldn't see my body. I couldn't see the car that had hit me. A delusion? I wasn't pretending to want to die for sympathy. I really wanted to die. I jumped out into the road again, hoping that this time I could find salvation. The bright lights of a car's headlights, the piercing noise of a car's horn, the unnerving sound of screeching brakes. Come on, kill me. I'm not real. I'm a monster. A hard impact near my stomach. My body bent forward. I rolled up onto the hood. Terrible pain. Something hard hit the back of my head. My vision blacked out. I could hear the sound of my bones shattering in my head. It was like I was underwater. I couldn't breathe. I bounced off. I rolled. My limbs flailed. The pain burnt my nerves to ash. Now I can finally die. I opened my eyes. And again, I was on the sidewalk.
なんで
Why did I keep trying to escape into my delusions? Did I? I screamed with a shaking voice. I ran out into the road again. The bright lights of a car's headlights, the piercing noise of a car's horn, the unnerving sound of screeching brakes. This time, please let me die. Nothing had changed. I felt like I was going crazy. Did I actually not want to die? Or was I already dead and this was me dreaming? Maybe my brain gained some kind of supersensory powers just before its death, and I was hallucinating the scene again and again in the single second before I was about to die for real. Not a chance in hell. I tried to run out into the road again, mostly out of sheer frustration. But my legs were shaking. I couldn't move from where I stood. I had seen delusions of my own death 3 times. The pain I had imagined felt real, and it terrified me. It made no sense. I wasn't even sure how I felt anymore. Did I? Did I want to die, or did I want to live? Which was it? I clenched my jaw. I closed my eyes. I told myself again and again that I wanted to die. Only then was I able to move my legs forward. Even with my eyes closed, I could feel the headlights shining on me. I could hear the ear-splitting sound of the horn, the awful sound of squealing brakes getting closer and closer. Please, just run me over and kill me. My wish was denied. I was back on the sidewalk in perfect health. Why? I fell to the ground and started to cry.
して僕を死なせてくれないと
I didn't want to live. I wanted to be saved. Please release me from this shitty video game.
ったら消えればいいっしょ。
ああ、消えてやんよ。消えてやる。
I got out the box beneath my bed. If I remembered right, I kept a knife in there. For a while I had had this ridiculous idea that walking around with a knife made you cool. Looking back, it was idiotic. I had stopped when the police had started doing more stop and frisk stuff. Sure enough, there was a folding knife in the box, among keychains, trading cards, and old pens and pencils. I flipped open the blade. It shone strangely in the light. It was a little rusty. I hadn't taken it out in almost a year. But if I was going to slit my wrist, what would I care about some rust? I was holding Sayretan in my left hand. I held the knife up against my wrist. The blade felt chilly against my skin. The cold made me think of death. I closed my eyes. I took 3 deep breaths. All I had to do now was drag the knife hard across the skin. Just a single motion of my right hand, and it would be all over. My heart was pounding. My non-existent heart sounded like a loud drum beating in my chest. What did it care? It wasn't even real. My head felt like someone was pouring cold ice into it. I couldn't stop shaking. If anything, my body's shaking was just getting even worse. What did it care? It wasn't even real. Cut. Slit your wrist, then you can disappear. I screamed, trying to work up the energy to die. Cut, 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 cut. The shaking was so violent that I dropped my Sayretan figure. The knife was still pressed up against my skin. The hand holding it was shaking
ダ
too.
メだ。できない。できないよ。
I threw away the knife and curled up in my chair. I was so pathetic. I didn't even have the courage to die. My life was worthless, but I couldn't even die. I was a disgusting monster, and I couldn't even end my own life. I was so pathetic, so useless. I didn't even really want to live. I was just scared of dying, scared of disappearing. What did I care? I'm not even
頼
real.
むよ。誰かこんな僕を殺してくれ。
In the end, I just had to hope that somebody else would kill me. I couldn't do it myself. I was such a failure that I couldn't even kill myself without other people's help.
そんなタッキーも可愛いよ。
Sayretan was smiling. I felt disgusted at myself for making her say those things. I was a worthless piece of shit. There it is. Negative person found all negative delusions. It was Nanami standing there, but for some reason she was soaked even though it wasn't raining. Drops of water were pouring off her school uniform. Her head was slumped forward and her face was hidden by her bangs. I couldn't see her expression. Just a second ago she had been yelling at the top of her lungs, but now she wasn't saying a word. She stretched out an arm towards me. It was her right arm. There was no hand attached to the wrist. The stump was hidden by her sleeve, and I couldn't see it clearly, but her hand definitely wasn't there. It was a low voice that didn't sound like Nanami at all. Slowly, Nanami looked up. Her skin was pale and rough. Her lips were a dark black. Her eye sockets were hollow. There were no eyeballs in them, just pools of blackness. A maggot crawled out from the sunken hole. This was a corpse. Nanami's corpse was moving and talking. Nanami's left hand grabbed me by the throat. It stank. It was so cold. I shivered. Her grip was incredibly tight. It was hard to believe a girl could be so strong. Not even many boys were this strong. It felt like my neck's bones were going to shatter. It hurt to breathe. I coughed. Her grip got tighter. I was going to die. I flailed my hands, but stopped just as quickly as I started. If you're going to kill me, then come on, do it. It made me feel a little better knowing that Nanami's ghost would be what killed me. It was my fault she ended up like that. She was the perfect person to do it. So, come on. I closed my eyes. I let her do what she wanted. Come on, snap my neck. Do it. Nanami's corpse disappeared. Instead of standing at the door, I was sitting on the sofa. I was holding Serotan in my hand. Nanami was standing in my room talking. She had a bandage on her right wrist, but her hand was there. Her skin looked normal. Her clothes weren't wet. Her eyes were there. I realized that what I had just seen was a delusion. It was disappointing. Why did it have to be a delusion? Why couldn't it be
お兄、
real?
もしかしてお腹空いてる？
She saw my sigh and leaned over
だから
me.
さっきから全然元気ないんでしょう。しょうがないから、ナナがなんか作ってあげるよ。何がいいかな。あ、そうだ、オムライスにしようかな。最近、卵を半熟にするのが甘いブームなんだ。すごいでしょ。お兄も一人暮らしなんかしなかったら、ナナのおいしいおいしい半熟オムライスを食べられたのに。もったいないことしたね。
Nanami was still talking. She seemed like she was in a really good mood, too. Normally, all she did when she came here was complain. Was this the real Nanami? She didn't sound anything like she had on the phone. It was almost suspicious how different she seemed. I started to wonder if maybe she was a delusion. The whole world was just a delusion.
Stream
A delusion
elements.
taking place
Shed.
inside my brain.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Me and everything I was seeing right now. All delusions. All fake. Even if she was real, though, I didn't care. I was a delusion. I wasn't her real brother. We weren't even related. I didn't want to think about anything.
ねえ、ななみ。
I called out to the girl in front of me, who might or might not be
お
my
前
sister.
が本物でも偽物でもどっちでもいいよ。
There was only one thing I wanted now.
僕を殺してくれないか。
And that's all the negative delusions. There we go.
ねえ、お話ししようよ。
どこ行ったんだ？
さあ。
ま、戻ってくるまで待つか。
For some reason, Misumi began to wander around the room and examine its contents. He wasn't showing the slightest shred of common decency. This room was practically Ayase's personal apartment at this point. Her clothes and things were all over the place, and mixed in with the smell of disinfectant, you could smell the pleasant scent of a girl's room. Coming in here when she was absent felt kind of awkward, like we were intruding on her private life.
そういうの良くないよ。外で、待ってた方が。
ちょっと見るだけだって。お前も知りたいと思わねえのか？S の私生活ってやつをよ。興味あるだろ？
Well, yeah, I guess. Ayase's private life was shrouded in mystery. It would be nice to take a little look. Misumi didn't seem hesitant in the slightest. Seeing how calm he was made me think it wasn't so bad after all. I looked back at the door to make sure nobody was coming, and then heart pounding, the first place I headed toward was the bed. The sheets were just a little crumpled. I lifted them up ever so softly, not even sure of what I expected to find. But when I saw what was there, I couldn't believe my eyes. Beneath the sheets I found underwear, both a top and a bottom. The purple panties were crumpled up in a ball, which meant they weren't freshly washed and folded. They had been worn. What's more, there was only one bed in this room. It had to have been Ayase who was wearing them, nobody else. How incredibly hot. I quickly looked over at Misumi, but he had a magazine in his hand and was paying no attention to the bed or the astonishing things I had found there. I looked back at the underwear. I gulped. My throat was parched. My trembling fingers were reaching out, almost unconsciously, toward the underwear. I touched them, feeling my heart race. There was a strange fleshy feeling, like there was something beneath them. Something was wrong.
それは私のお稲荷さんだ。
Nani?
見ろよタク。変な本があるぞ。
I looked up in shock when Misumi said my name. I was standing in the corner of the room. I wasn't near the bed, and there was no underwear there. It was just a delusion. I felt like I was about to go in a really weird direction near the end. Probably best not to think about it. And there's the positive person, found all the positive delusions. So now we just need to find all the endings and we'll be set to go. As he passed by me, he put his hand on my shoulder.
俺外に出てるわ。タク押し倒しちまえよ。俺の読みじゃ岸本はお前に脈ありだぜ。
え？
He gave me a mischievous smile and left the room. It was now just me and Ayase. Silence. A moment ago, she had been eagerly sharing her crazy talk with me, but now Ayase was looking down at her lap, playing with the hem of her pajama shirt. Did I need to say something? But I hadn't understood anything about what she had just said. No, I had come here to visit somebody in the hospital. I could just ask about her condition, right? But if she was in the mental ward, that made it kind of awkward. What was I supposed to do? Maybe I should have just left when Misumi did.
匠
I froze when she called my name. I looked up and saw she was reaching her hands out to me.
こっちに来て。
I didn't know what she would do to me if I refused, so I took a hesitant step towards
もっ
her.
と
Another step. Her hand touched mine. She grabbed me and pulled me close. Her gaze was still pointed downward. She was staring at my
あ
hand.
君は私を救ってくれた。命の恩人よ。
That wasn't true. It was only sheer chance that she had survived. I didn't even know if that flower bed was something I had created or not.
ありがとう。
There was a bit of sadness in her voice. Was she crying? Nom? I felt something warm on my fingertip. I looked down to see what it was. For some reason, Ayase had put my index finger in her mouth.
ちょ
Something soft and wet touched the tip of my finger. I could feel it squirming around me and then digging into the space between my finger and my nail. What was going on? I was confused, but it felt so good that I found myself just letting it happen. All she was doing was licking my fingers, so why did it feel
ダ
so?
メ
Suddenly, the pleasure turned into terrible pain. Ayase bit down hard on my fingertip.
やめちょ
I thought she was going to rip my finger off. That's how bad the pain was. I tried to shake her off, and finally she let go. Her seductive smile terrified me. I looked down at the finger she had bitten. It was wet with her saliva. I could see the bite mark on it. Blood was pouring out. The blood wasn't red. It was black, so black.
その血の色が黒騎士の証よ。
I managed to make it through Ayase's bizarre conversations with the help of that delusion. I wasn't listening at all, but Ayase didn't seem to notice. She kept going on and on about Gladiel and Wicked Hearts, or whatever the heck else she was talking about. Alright, now it's time to find all the endings. We've got all the positive, negative delusions. Time to find the endings. Let's do this. Did she come to save me? Yes, yes, she did. She came to save me. The transfer student is a professional exorcist. Well, yes, of course she is. How would she save me if she wasn't? Her wimpy looks are actually camouflaged to trick the demons. That's how you know she's a professional. And she is here to kill Remy. Remy won't stand a bloody chance. No, it will not be a mutual killing. She will completely own Remy, and it will be all about her. Curb, bam, swing! Discovered Kozue's story. Classes for the day had ended, and the relaxed atmosphere of the after-school hours was permeating the school. Kozue Orihara was walking slowly and unsteadily toward the school gate. She was looking down at the ground, and her gait was unsteady. Her expression was flat, and her eyebrows were tensed up, like she was trying not to burst into tears at any moment. She had just transferred to this school, and she was alone here. She had known from the start that she would be. She almost never, no, in fact never, tried to talk to anyone. Even during class, if a teacher called on her to solve a problem or read a paper, she would just sit there and fidget with tears in her eyes. None of the students or teachers at the school had ever heard her speak. Once she put up walls, even the students who were interested in her talking to the new girl soon gave up. There were one or two weird classmates who were still trying to talk to her, but she never opened up to them. But even so, it didn't bother her too much. She had made a friend, even if it was only one. Not a classmate, but an older student. They were the one person that she could trust in the strange new city of Tokyo that she had just moved to. She didn't want any of her other friends. She didn't really want to get along with her other classmates. She just wanted to be left alone, she thought. It was dusk, and children were laughing and running around the lake at Shoto Park. A young boy with a beaming smile ran past her as she walked down the park's path. He was holding a cute little hand mirror shaped like an elephant. Two housewives, probably the children's parents, were talking to each other in loud voices. Kozue could hear them speaking clearly.
三面鏡の怪奇ビデオっていうのがものすごく怖いのよ。
あら、そうなの？私それ知らないわ。でも三面鏡って？
ほらあれよ、鏡3つ並んでるやつ。
ああ、鏡ね、三面鏡。それでどんな怪奇ビデオなの？
Kozue realized that she had come to a stop in front of the bench. A cold sweat had beaded her on her forehead. The two housewives stopped and looked at her suspiciously. She came back to her senses and got out of the park as fast as she could. Mirrors. For Kozue, mirrors were a traumatic thing, connected to a past she didn't want to remember. But she felt memories coming back, and tried her best to stop them. Kozue told herself she was being ridiculous, and headed back to the station. When she got to Bun Bunkamachi, light got in her eyes. It was dazzlingly bright. Kozue shivered. She had had to deal with this a lot before she had moved. Reflections from mirrors. The nightmares came back and her mind started to panic. Was it a coincidence, or was somebody doing it deliberately? It had to be a coincidence, she prayed, as she looked around. There was a white station wagon parked a bit away from her. Its driver was a man she didn't know, and he was leaning out of the car. In his hand was a mirror. He looked like he was adjusting it. The light hit her eyes again and again. Terrified, she put her hands up to block it out, and then ran across the crosswalk as fast as she could. Her mind was filled with terror and confusion. She wanted to get home as fast as she could. She didn't want to be here. The tears came streaming down her face. It had to be a coincidence, she kept telling herself. She wiped the tears away with her fingertips. And then the light hit her once more. The brightness violated her eyes with a stabbing pain. The white station wagon had followed her. The man had gotten back inside, but his arm was still poking out. He still had the mirror in his hand. The next thing she knew, she was running as fast as she could, all the way to the station. She pushed her way through the crowds, knocking into passers-by again and again. They glared at her, and a few complained, but she was too scared to stop. When she made it to the front of the station, the white station wagon was stopped at a red light on its scramble crossing. She hid behind the Hachiko statue, wrapping her arms tightly around her body and trying to catch her breath. What was that? She couldn't think straight. She just kept telling herself, "It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence." Her head jerked up. It was a boy, about college age, who was evidently waiting for someone in front of the station. He was standing with his back towards her. He had said the words softly into the phone he was holding. They echoed in her mind. Sailor uniforms are so hot. Sailor uniforms on fire. He never turned toward her. The phone stayed up at his ear. She thought that maybe he was listening to somebody on the phone. But he didn't nod or say anything at all. He was just standing there. Was he really on the phone? He spoke softly again. This time she had no idea what he meant, but she heard another word, Sato, that reminded her of her awful past. Her body started shaking. She couldn't even look at the man anymore. She was too scared. She just crouched down and covered her ears. A coincidence. It's just a simple coincidence. She kept saying that to herself again and again. She stayed there for over an hour, and nobody talked to her at all. When she looked up again, the college kid was gone.
よし、繋がった。
In a deserted back alley in Center Street, you could hear the faint panting of a girl named Kozue Orihara. She was holding a huge sword in her hand. No, it was shaped so curiously that it wasn't clear if it was a sword at all. It was more like a snowboard than a weapon. But the edge was impossibly sharp, and its surface was dangerously solid. A swing from it would be enough to sever someone's head, bone and all, in an instant. Dark red blood clung to the blade, dripping off the edge. A young man was crawling on the ground in front of her. There were pools of filthy water all around him, but he was still trying to crawl as far away from her as he could. Kozue was looking down on him, smiling happily. There was no sign of her usual timorous demeanor. If anything, she looked like she was having the time of her life. Her cheeks were even flushed with excitement. Her blade had just brutally, mercilessly sliced through two of the man's friends. She wouldn't kill them, but she was going to make the bad people suffer. The three young punks were covered in blood, their faces puffed up with bruises. A moment ago, they had been bullying Kozue's classmate, Nishijo Takumi. Kozue could hear the voices in people's hearts. As she had happened to pass by the alley, she had heard several disgusting voices. Creepy. Yuck. Don't mess with me, psychic. Die. I'll smash your face in. Creepy, punch, die, psychic. Shut up, my life's shit. I'll take it out on you. My girlfriend dumped me yesterday. Maiko, don't screw around with me. I'll feel better if I hit you. Shut up. Die, die. fake psychic. I'll take my problems out on you. Die. He told me he told me to. Can get money. Get lots of money. So punch money, money make him suffer. Kill him, money, kill, kill. Feels good hurting people. Feels so good. Feels so good. This is awesome. It feels so good. I'm fighting back against society. I'm so awesome. The cops, the teachers, my mom. Nobody can stop me now. I'm so awesome. I'm so cool. I look so badass kicking his ass. I want to kill you. Among the ugly voices, there was one that was powerful and full of hate. By the time she realized it was the voice of Takumi's heart, Kozue was already there, and then she had beaten up the bad guys. Only one more needed to suffer for justice to be done. The threat would be removed, both for Nishijo Takumi and for her. So even when the young man tried to run away, Kozue wouldn't let him. Don't hurt me. I'll die. I'll kill you, bitch. Die. Die. Don't want to die. No, no, no. Don't kill me. I'll kill you. I'll kill you and rip out your organs. She'll kill me. No, I want to live. I want to have more fun and feel good more. He was begging her in his mind to let him go. Kozui's smile remained bright on her face as she grabbed him by the hair and pulled him to his feet. The young man was far larger than she was, but it didn't matter. He didn't even have the energy left to fight back, it seemed. There were tears in his eyes as he begged the tiny girl for forgiveness. But Kozue's answer wasn't the one he wanted. Soundlessly, she mouthed the word, no. The huge oh god, that is such a turn on. The huge blade roared, flying toward him. A single strike shattered his jawbone. His scream echoed. He fell to the ground in agony. His blood threatened to spill onto Kozue's clothes. She used her sword as a shield to block it. Then she nodded, satisfied, and made the sword disappear. She glanced down at Nishijo Takumi, who was lying in the cold ground, a corner of the alley. As she panted, she whispered in her mind, I wanted to kill them for you, but this will have to do. Orihara Kozue was standing frozen in front of Shinsen Station. She had been going home from here rather than Shibuya for the past few days. She had made this decision after the white car had chased her around in front of Shibuya Station. And now the same car was here, like it was waiting for her. parked in front of the station. As she stood there, the passenger side window slowly rolled down and then stopped halfway. The hand of the person inside popped out. It was holding a mirror tightly, as if they wanted to make sure she saw it. Kouzui was so terrified she could barely breathe. She turned around and ran. She ran as fast as she could, and as far as she could, down one alley or street after another. Several times she tripped and scraped her knees, but eventually she made it to Miyashita Park. She sat there, shivering on a bench until night fell, but she couldn't stay there forever. When she had waited long enough that she was sure they must have given up, she headed for Shibuya Station. There it was, the same white car. She kept running without any idea where she was going. The tears wouldn't stop coming. Questions were running through her mind. Who was in the white car? Why were they doing this to her? At some point she had gotten close to Shinsen Station again. The car had been waiting for her before, and she didn't want to go there again. She went down a narrow alley she didn't normally use. It was dark. There were no lights. The darkness only amplified her fear. Kouzue was already exhausted. She couldn't run anymore. She wiped away her tears and ran as hard as she could. And when she came out to a large street, the white car was passing right in front of her. Kouzue watched it in sheer astonishment. It stopped about 50 meters ahead of her and put on its flashers. She didn't have the energy left to run again. No matter where she ran, it would follow her. It was always ahead of her, like it was reading her mind. Kouzue dropped to her knees and put her hands over her head. She cried out for help inside her mind, but nobody came to help her. The white car stayed there, unmoving, until Kouzue left crying. The person inside never showed themselves. Hey, hey, Nightheart, I've been waiting. We got a new nice guy. We've got what? Too lazy to find AA. New gen, dude, new gen. New gen equals nice guy? New gen, NG, nice guy. It shouldn't be that hard to figure out, right? Anyway, it's here, the 7th murder. Another one. Another new gen murder. How long was this going to keep happening? Would the next one be the one where they finally got me? Or the one after that? Anyway, had Grimm gotten a job at the Nugent advertising division or something? He was constantly telling me about them whenever one happened. Once again, he had posted a bunch of links to news sites too. This must have been his way of telling me to look at them. I clicked the link and bit down hard on my lip. Seventh New Gen case, DQN puzzle. A new gen. Cops are idiots.
今日午前4時50分頃、東京都渋谷区の線路沿いで男性3人の他殺死体が鉄柱に吊り下げられて、警察の調べによりますと、3人とも同体の3人の額にはそれぞれ渋谷では2ヶ月ほど前から猟奇殺人事件が頻発しており、警察では今回の事件も同一犯による犯行の可能性が高いとみて捜査を続けています。
昨日僕に絡んできた。
最近渋谷はますます物騒だよ。昨日も怖そうなゴキゴキ男たちに拉致されそうになっちゃったから、ドカドカドカーンってしてやったのら。
Kozupi. She was pretty weird, but she was also probably pretty stupid, so she might just agree to help if I asked her. The first thing I did when I entered the classroom was look at Rimi's seat, but it was empty. Next I looked for Kozupi. She was sitting in her seat, looking down, making herself as small as possible. Morning, Kozupi. We didn't look at each other, but we exchanged greetings in our mind. The DQN girls were grinning at me. It had only been a day. The label of creepy loser otaku who made a mess on TV wasn't coming off that quickly. The DQN boys evidently weren't here yet. Those guys would often skip first period. That was more than fine by me. Misumi gave me one look, but didn't come over. Maybe it was safe to say we weren't friends anymore. It was always weird that he and I were friends anyway. I headed to my seat and pretended to fall asleep, and then I called out in my mind. Kozupi, can you hear me? I need your help. Someone's trying to kill me. So I want you to protect me with your D-sword.
それよりたくみちゃん、コズピーのことバカそうって思ってるでしょ。
Crap. She found me out.
やっぱりたくみちゃんひどいの。それにコズピーはね、誰でもドカバキってするわけじゃないよ。コズピーはコズピーに悪いことしようとする人だけ。ドカックシャペキってしてあげるの。
But everybody around me is making fun of me. I'm just an innocent, upstanding otaku. I haven't done anything wrong. I just want to live my quiet hikikomori life. Everybody else just won't leave me alone. Why won't they leave me alone, damn it? Why does all this stuff have to happen to me? I didn't do anything wrong. Anything. All the people around me are DQ and losers, and it's their fault. And shoguns, too. I'm asking you to protect me from the bad guys. Remember what you said before, that the roach people who said mean things to me were worthless.
言ったかもかも。でもね、コズピーはその将軍さんって人知らないよ。
I know him. He's a kid who looks like an old man. He's in a wheelchair, and he's going to come for me soon. I know it. He's trying to kill me. He's the one who kidnapped Nanami.
そっか。タクミさん、大変なのね。
Wait, is that all you've got to say?
殺したいけど、殺しちゃダメってセナさんに言われてるなら。
Crap. That's right. Senna was closer to Kozupi than I was. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fist as I lay on the desk. But there was nobody I could rely on except Kozupi. Senna was kind of scary, and she probably wouldn't do anything to help me anyway. Kozupi was my one chance. After school, the bell rang and I left the classroom. The DQNs in the class were still making boy psychic jokes and trying to pick a fight with me. They had gone after me 5 times just today. You would think they would have something better to do. Wasn't there anything more fun to do with their time than bully some kid? Weren't their lives supposed to be so much more fun and fulfilling than an otaku's? Don't make me laugh. I spend all my days in my room playing ESO and imagining exciting delusions with Seiratan. That's a much better life than theirs. It was so frustrating. My frustration with the DQNs kept growing. I was cursing them in my mind as I headed home.
タクミさん。
Kozupi poked my shoulder from behind.
一緒に帰りましょう。
Did you decide you're going to protect me?
でもね、タクミさんにプレゼントがあるのです。
A present? Was this a flag?
フラグって何？
No, nothing.
というわけでね、この間の憩いの場所にレッツゴーなのら。
Rest stop. Did she mean? I knew it. Yeah, not many people came here. It was a staircase after all. But still, I felt uneasy here. The employees here were probably keeping an eye on us, for one thing. And since Kozupi and I talked via telepathy, we didn't speak. We probably looked creepy with the looks on our faces constantly changing as we sat there silently.
コズピ、キモいかな。
Yeah, since you're sitting there silently.
でも、内緒話を聞かれることはないよ。
Are we going to talk about secret stuff?
しないつもりなの。
Kozupi, the way you talk tires me out.
ごめんなさいなのら。コズピ、疲れるかな。なるべくね、疲れないようにするの。
Just keep going. What's this about a present for me?
そうそう。ね、コズピーはいっつもお友達になった人にプレゼントしてるのです。
She began to rustle through her bag.
セナさんにもあげたんだよ。あ、そうだ。タクミさんはキャンディさんなめなめするかな。
She offered me a piece of candy. Why did she have this in her bag? I took it, unwrapped it, and tossed it in my mouth. It tasted like lemon. A delicious sourness filled my mouth. Is this your present?
違うよ。それはね、コズピーがいっつもなめなめしてるキャンディさんな
Whatever.
プレゼントはこれなの。
She took out a set of fancy accessories made from colorful beads. What is that?
ブチュブチュさんです。ブレスとか携帯のストラップとか、指輪もあるし、ヘアピンもチャームもあるよ。
Did you make these?
違うよ。コズピーが手芸をやろうとするとぐちゃぐちゃドカーってなっちゃうのら。これは
Stream
ね、ママ
Elements
が作ってくれるんだよ。
Stay moist, my friends.
ビーズが大
Hydrate.
好きだから全部ブチュブチュさんなのら。
She suddenly took my hand. The warmth and softness made my heart skip a beat.
たくみさん、ドキッでしたね。
Well, I wasn't expecting it.
たくみさんがドキッてすると、コズピーもドキンドキンってしちゃうの。
She put one of the bead accessories into my hand. It looked like a phone strap.
これあげますね。
No, thanks.
もしかしてコズピー迷惑だったお友達にはみんなにね、ブチュブチュさんあげてるんだよ。
Now she was crying. This girl sure loved to cry. But all these are things for girls to wear. If I had one, I would just look creepy.
そうだったのら。じゃ、たくみさんはプレゼントされても困っちゃうだけだね。これあげる人、2人目だったのに。ぐっそんなのら。
She gloomily went to take the strap out of my hand, but I put it in my jacket pocket before she could.
たくみさん
I'll take it after all.
なんで
You said you gave it to all your friends, but also that I'm the second person you've ever given one. That meant Kozupi didn't have any friends. The first person had to be Sinna. I was sure of it. So,
想像したのですね。
crap. Kozupi read my mind. To be honest, it was pity, but it was also because you reminded me of myself.
あのね、コズピーも同じことを思ったよ。コズピーが初めて学校行った時、たくみさんを見てね、すごく辛そうだなって思ったのら。コズピーも辛かったから一緒だってほっとしたの。
The same. I remembered what Sinna had told me about Kozupi's past before she came to the school. We were both kids who had shut ourselves off from the outside world after being exposed to its evil. We avoided crowds. We avoided contact with other people. We were scared and frightened and hiding here in a dimly lit staircase.
ただ普通にね、行きたいだけなのにね。
Kozupi said, playing with his accessories in her
お
hand.
友達作って一緒に遊んだりして一緒にお弁当食べたり一緒にお勉強したり文化祭とかの行事を一緒に頑張ったり一緒に恋のお話をしたりそんなね普通の生活で十分だったのら特別なことなんて何にも望んでなかったよ。
Suddenly, the expression disappeared from Kozupi's face. She pulled the string holding one of the accessories together apart. The beads scattered everywhere and rolled down the stairs. I used to always think the same thing. Why was I the only one who bad things happened to? Did I do something wrong?
ズピーはね、悪いことしたよ。
She stuck out her tongue and the smile came back to her face. Something wrong? Cutting off your classmates' arms? Or
殺したいって願ったもん。コズピーに意地悪する人たち全員ぶち殺したいって願っちゃったもん。
Kozupi really was messed
でも
up.
悪いことを願うのは悪いことじゃないよ。あれね、悪いことを願うのが悪い。悪いから悪いことを願うのかな。悪い。悪ですね。とにかく、負の感情は否定されるものじゃないってへんてこなボード持ったおじさんが言ってたのら。悪いことを願ったからディソードがコズピーの力になってくれるのら。ディソードがコズピーを守ってくれるのら。だからね、もう普通なんていらないの。
Really? Did you really give up on leading a normal life? Are you okay with that? You're sure you won't regret it?
めんどくさいのは嫌なの。世界には悪い人ばっかりだし。
Even Senna? Do you think she's a bad person?
セナさんはお友達です。悪い人じゃないよ。
Her inner voice sounded so happy.
あとね、たくみちゃんもだよ。ブチブチ友達なのら。
Life would be so much easier if I could think like Kozupi did. Or maybe she only ended up like this because her mind had been broken once. My brain didn't work like that. I spent all day complaining, in my head anyway, about the people around me. But in the end, I just wanted somebody to save me. I thought we were the same, but I guess in the end, we're different.
一緒なのら。
Kozupi's voice was, for some reason, filled with certainty. She leaped to her feet.
ほいじゃ、帰りましょう。
She started to run down the stairs. On the last step, she tripped and fell on her face, but that was just like her. The Roft building was as crowded as ever. Kozupi walked with one foot dragging slightly behind her, tears in her eyes. You okay?
転ぶのは慣れてるよ。
She gave me a tough smile. But her smile quickly froze. She stopped moving and she was looking behind me. I followed her gaze and saw that she was looking at the corner where they sold the mirrors. They were all kinds of mirrors, from little ones to big ones. Kozupi and I were standing right in front of a full-length mirror that was reflecting us. Kozupi looked away, her smile still frozen on her face, and quickly started to walk
たく
off.
みさん、また明日ね。
Her inner voice didn't have the cheerfulness it had a moment ago. I left the Roft right after Kozupi, but I couldn't see her anywhere. I didn't plan on walking home with her or anything, but right now she was all I had to rely on. When I lost sight of her, I started to get nervous, especially since now I was alone in the middle of Shibuya. Just looking at the crowds of people on the street made me sweat. I decided to give up on looking for Kozupi and head back to the base. I heard a sound. It was the loud and very noticeable sound of a camera shutter. I looked over in the direction it had come from, but nobody there had a camera. Suddenly I realized That sound wasn't coming from a real camera. It was the camera function on a cell phone. That's why it was so loud and clear. But I couldn't see anybody pointing a cell phone at me either. Was I just being oversensitive? No, probably not. I had humiliated myself in front of the entire country at the Oakfront building. It wouldn't be surprising at all if somebody decided to take a photo of me. There were so many people out in the street. None of them were looking at me, but... Don't look at me. I bit my lip and started to walk. I kept my head down so that nobody would notice me. Again. Somebody had taken a photo of me again. I could feel them looking at me too. It wasn't the gaze of God. It was a gaze filled with malice, and it was close too. I looked around, but nobody was looking at me. Who was it? Stop taking pictures of me. I'll sue you for violating my personality rights. But no matter what I said inside my head, nobody was going to hear me, and I certainly didn't have the courage to say it out loud. That would only attract more attention. I started to walk again. This time I went at a faster pace, trying to slip through the crowd. More sounds. The shutter sounds were following me. I could hear what sounded like somebody snickering too. I looked around. Several people were holding up phones at eye level. A middle-aged salaryman, a woman in a suit, a teenage boy, a DQN-looking girl. They all seemed to have nothing in common, but they were all pointing their phones at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I started to run. I couldn't take it anymore. But no matter how much I ran, no matter how much I tried to flee, no matter how much I tried to slip through the gaps of the crowd and get out of there, the sounds wouldn't let me go. The gazes followed me. I would escape from some, only to have the same sounds come at me from the front or the side. It was like facing an infinitely spawning enemy. When the light was red, I had to stop. I put my hands on my knees and tried to catch my breath. The shutter sounds were still following me. I lowered my gaze and clenched my fists. There was nothing I could do but endure the humiliation. And then I started to wonder, was it really just random chance that so many people were taking my photo? Could that many people want pictures of me? Sure, I was famous, but only in a negative sense. I wasn't the kind of person whose photo you would want. Most people probably thought I was creepy. Why would they want to take so many photos of me? And in such an obvious way? And why only now? Was this Shogun's doing? Another one of his attacks? Please, just leave me alone. What was his problem? What did I ever do to him? I wanted to kill him. He was doing this to break me down. He was constantly watching me so that someday he could come kill me. He was going to make me out to be the new Gen Killer. He was going to kill me in some horrible way. I wanted to kill him first. I put my hand to my head. I had a bad headache, but I couldn't feel the gaze of God. All these people were taking my photo, but Shogun's gaze wasn't here. I wanted to kill him. Suddenly, silence. All the clicking shutters stopped, as if somebody had given them all an order. I looked up, and then heard a sound I recognized, this time from right behind me, and it wasn't a loud sound. If it had been silent, I would have missed it. I could sense him. Somebody in a wheelchair was right behind me. Somebody. I laughed at myself. I knew exactly who it was. It was him, Shogun. I ran across the street even though the light was still red. A car honked loudly at me, but stopped just before impact. I ran as fast as I could, not even looking behind me. Even after I got back to the base, I couldn't get the shutter sounds out of my head. They had kept following me even to the residential area near the base, where there weren't many people out at all. Every single person I passed took out their phone as soon as they saw me and took a photo. They never said, "Let me shake your hand," or "You're creepy," or anything like that. They weren't even grinning. They just took out their phones and photographed me with a completely flat expression on their faces, and then they would walk away like nothing had ever happened. It was bizarre. There was no emotion in it, no hatred, no mockery, no anything. It was mechanical, like they were dolls that someone was controlling. I crouched in the corner of my room, gnashing my teeth, hands around my knees. It was his doing. Shogun was behind this. I had heard the sound of a wheelchair just once on my way home. I hadn't seen it, but I was sure I had heard it. My hands were still shaking. I looked at the clock, and it was already 11 at night. I had been scared out of my wits for almost 5 hours. I let out a deep sigh, and in my head I cursed him. Die, 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 die. The worst thing about Shogun was that he didn't just come out and try to kill me. His attacks were slow and indirect. They were wearing me down, making it so I was terrified to even go outside. Save me, Kozupi. There was no way I could fight Shogun alone, not without a D sword. Why wouldn't Kozupi save me? I had to think of some new way to get her to protect me. If she could read my mind, I couldn't lie to her. What about money then? If I paid her, would she help me? I heard a strange noise. I gulped and pulled myself into a ball to make myself even smaller. Then I listened carefully to see if I could hear it again. I was hearing things. I had to be hearing things. I wasn't hearing things. It was a wheelchair. I could hear it outside my room. I held my breath and put my ear to the wall. He was here. He was right outside. And was I imagining things? Or did it sound like he was moving little by little? I wasn't imagining things. He was slowly circling around the shipping container. I heard a voice. Shogun's laughter. He was laughing. He was slowly circling around my room in the middle of the night, laughing. And that wasn't all. There was more. The sound of a cell phone shutter. Was Shogun taking pictures? Of what? The container? No, it wasn't just Shogun. There were other people too. Not just 2 or 3. There had to be at least 10 people out there. They were all taking photos at once. I could hear the shutter sounds through the walls. Impossible. This was a delusion. It had to be a delusion. If I went outside, I would see that there was nobody there. I was just hallucinating. Even if the walls were thin, there was no way I could hear the laughter and sounds this clearly. I didn't have the courage to go outside. I was too scared to think. I pulled a blanket over my head, covering my ears and sobbing. Stay out, stay out, stay out, stay out, stay out, stay out. Stay out. Stay out. Stay out, stay out, stay out, stay out. How long was I stuck there like that? It might have been 10 minutes, or it might have been 10 hours. I took the blanket off my head and stood up quietly as I could. I listened carefully. No sound was coming from outside. The only noise was the sound of my computer. So it had been a hallucination. Yeah, it had to have been. I should go outside to see. I would see for sure that nobody was there. Even if somebody had been there, they were surely gone by now. I stood in front of the door. The padlock was locked from the inside. I took out the key and put it in the keyhole. I didn't have the courage to turn it. My heart was pounding like a drum. I was scared, afraid to open it. This might be a Kome's trap. Somebody might be out there, waiting to attack me as soon as I opened the door. I tried to tell myself that I was being ridiculous, but I failed. I had been tricked and deceived so many times. I didn't want it to happen again. Why wouldn't they all just leave me alone? Why was all this happening to me? Damn it, damn it, damn it! I slammed my fist into the door. It made an incredibly loud noise. My hand hurt. I still couldn't hear anything outside. I couldn't sense anyone out there. Nobody was there. Of course nobody was there. I bit my lip so hard I drew blood and turned the key in the lock. I opened the door as softly as I could. I peeked my head out to look around. Nobody was there. It was dead quiet. Nothing was moving. No creaking wheelchair, no laughter, no shutter sounds. I couldn't hear a thing.
誰かいますか？
I waited a moment, but there was no answer. Of course there wasn't. Nobody was there. So obviously no one was going to answer. I went outside and tremulously approached the shadows around the base. Nobody was there either. So it had been a hallucination. All the stress had driven me crazy. Yeah, that's right. It had to be right. I was wasting my time being scared like this.
僕涙目。もうね、アホかとバカかと。
I laughed at myself for being such a wimp. I deserved to be laughed at. Now I was tired. I went back into my room and looked at my Sayretan figure to restore my sanity. Then I sat down at my computer and logged into FreePara. I checked to see if there were any new topics in the Bloodtoon community. Then I checked my friends' updates. Something felt wrong. Something was strange. FreePara showed your friends' diaries as a list of updates, but none of the friends that usually posted were on the list. Instead, the list was full of updates from a single friend, all made within a short period of time. The friend's name was Spider. Did I have any friends with that name? Well, I did have over 100 friends, and I certainly didn't remember all their names, so maybe Spider was somebody I knew? Spider had posted close to 15 new updates in the last 30 minutes. I looked at their titles and gasped. I realized my throat was completely dry. For some reason, I had an intense sensation of deja vu. From the titles, I could tell exactly what was in the articles. I moved the mouse with a shaking hand. I clicked on one of the articles.
これ、これって。
It was right in front of my building. The article consisted of nothing but a single photo, probably taken with a cell phone. There was no text at all. The photo was from the front of the Kurenai building where I lived. It looked to have been taken at night. No way. I was just being silly. I forced myself to laugh and clicked on another one.
嘘だ！
I screamed, but when I had seen the title, I had known what it would contain already. But knowing in advance didn't stop the terror from bubbling up within me. So I wasn't imagining those sounds. The creaking wheelchair, the laughter, the shutter sounds. They were all real, and somebody had been outside my room, taking photos with their cell phone and uploading it. The latest article, its title was He Appears. The timestamp was 12:14. The time right now was 12:21. It had been uploaded just 7 minutes ago.
嘘だよ。嘘に決まってる。
Who was he? Who were they talking about? I didn't want to look, but I had to. I turned back toward the door. I checked to make sure it was still locked. And then I clicked the latest article with trembling fingers. I was clearly visible in the picture. It was taken right when I had gone outside to see if anyone was there. I thought that nobody had been out there, but somebody was. When Kozue Orihara arrived at school, she was stopped by one of her classmates, Ninomiya Minako, just before she could enter the classroom.
折原、ちょっと話があるんだけど。
There was clear hostility in her voice. Kozue flinched. It wasn't just Minako who was glaring at her. There were another 5 girls behind her. All of them were her classmates, but she couldn't remember their names.
いいよね。付き合ってくれるでしょ。
She didn't know what to do, so she just stood there. Another girl, not Minako, grabbed her by the shoulder.
ちょっとなんとか言いなよ。
Kozue started to cry as the girls surrounded her. When the other girls saw this, it only made them angrier.
いちいち泣いてんじゃねえよ。いいからちょっと来なよ。
Kozue tried to refuse. Nothing good was going to happen to her if she went, but they grabbed her by the arm so that she couldn't run. They took her to the roof. Yet another 10 or so girls were waiting there. Almost every girl in the class was up on the roof. Kozue could barely believe what was happening. She knew exactly what was coming. She could feel the hostility radiating from all of them. Kozue shivered in the face of so many negative delusions. No matter how much she tried to control herself, she couldn't stop crying.
こいつもう泣いてんじゃん。うわ、マジ？うざくない？
This was the first time they had spoken to her since she had come here. Of course, she knew that the girls in the class didn't like her. She could hear their thoughts whenever she was in the classroom. But this was the first time they had said those thoughts aloud. She tried to run, but a dozen girls surrounded her and blocked her path.
逃げようとしてんじゃねえよ。美奈子が話あるんだからさ、ちゃんと聞きな。
Minako was glaring at her, as if spurred on somehow by her classmates' words. Minako was tall, like a model, the exact opposite of tiny Kozue.
折原、あんたさ、大輔に色目使ってんじゃないわよ。
Kozue couldn't even remember who Daisuke was, but she couldn't say that, so she just shrank back in confusion and fear.
聞いてんの？うざいんだよあんた。人の彼氏に手出そうとしてんなよ。
Kozue shook her head as hard as she could. She had no idea what Minako was talking about. And then she finally remembered that Daisuke was the first name of Misumi, one of her classmates. She had never tried to seduce him. She knew exactly what he was after, and she had avoided him.
っていうか、前から折原のこと気に入らなかったんだよね。ねえ、なんで喋んないの？可愛いこぶってんの？はっきり言ってうざすぎだし、ムカつくし。それとも男子とは話せても私たちと話すつもりないって？調子に乗ってんじゃねえよ。なんか言えよ、ブス。
They pulled her hair, slapped her cheek, jabbed her shoulder. She couldn't escape. They wouldn't let her go. Gang, beating, bullying. The words flashed through Kozue's mind and terrified her. Save me, Senna. Help me, Takumi. She called out in her mind, but nobody was going to come. This was just like before she came to Tokyo. No matter how much she called out for help, nobody came to help her. She would just have to endure it, but this wasn't so bad. She could handle this. And then, right as she had thought that, she started to hear a strange sound. The expressions vanished from all of her classmates' faces, and all of them put their hand into their right breast pocket, and they slowly took out something from it, all at once, in a synchronized motion. It was hand mirrors. All of them had a different shape, but they all pointed them at Kozue. It was like some kind of bizarre ritual. All the mirrors showed her reflection as she trembled, eyes twitching and spasming. The nightmares came back. She would cease to be herself. She couldn't stop shaking. She started to thrash her head violently back and forth. Her gaze went from one mirror to another. Her eyes kept switching. A voiceless scream echoed from her throat. I'll kill you. 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 I will 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 kill you. Dark delusions took over her mind. The next thing she knew, the D-sword was in her hand, raised high. The pale red flames running down its body were flashing, as if screaming with joy. It was an awe-inspiring weapon, one that made no effort to conceal its deadliness. A weapon that shattered everything, swallowed everything, and annihilated everything until only nothingness was left. And now it was no longer a delusion. It was real. Her classmates, who until now had been silently pointing mirrors at her, came back to their senses. But it was too late. After that, there were many, many screams, but they only lasted a few seconds. I hurried to school. I looked around carefully to make sure no one was around me. If anybody was following me, I was going to run away as fast as I could. I was already out of breath. My chest was heaving with each step. I kept wiping away the sweat on my forehead, and it kept coming back. I had to get to school. I had to get to school and find some way to force Kozupi to help me. I wanted Kozupi to kill whoever was doing this to me. Kozupi would do it. She was broken after all. I wanted to kill them. I wanted to kill them. I wanted to kill Shogun and all his friends. The ones who had visited the base last night were clearly working for him. They were finally ready to go on the offensive for real. They had made me their target, and after wearing me down, they were ready to move in for a merciless kill. I didn't want to die, so I would have to kill them first. And again, the sound. The creaking sound I had heard so many times yesterday, right behind me. I turned around, but nobody was there. There was no wheelchair to be seen anywhere. I wasn't hearing things. I heard it clearly. Was Shogun attacking me again? I started running. I didn't want to be alone, but it followed me. The sand was always right behind me, no matter where I went. Stop it. Leave me alone. Stay away. Don't look at me. I was going crazy. I didn't have the courage to look behind me again. I reached the school gate. The bell hadn't rung yet. I was on the verge of being late, but there were still students around me heading to their classes. Just seeing them made me shrink back, but if I didn't go through the gate, I couldn't see Kozupi. I was about to force myself to head inside when... the sound. Again. This time it was a cell phone shutter sound, not a wheelchair. I looked around. Who? Who had taken the photo? Nobody was looking at me. Nobody had their phone out. What the hell was going on? I covered my ears and ran as fast as I could. I ran straight to my classroom. I went to head inside before stopping and turning around. The class's DQNs were sitting near the door. Going in meant looking them in the eye, so I didn't. Damn it! The world was full of enemies. Everyone was my enemy. Die. All of you. Die. I headed back into the hallway, delusions of their horrible death filling my mind. I had had enough time to take a quick glance inside the classroom, and Kozupi wasn't there. Actually, there wasn't a single girl in the classroom. It felt really weird, but I didn't care. I only cared about where Kozupi was. Why wasn't she here on the one day I needed her? My throat still hurt from all the wheezing, and I was out of breath. Some of the students in the hallway turned around to look at me in surprise. Don't look at me. The sound again. I turned around to see 4 DQN boys I had never laid eyes on before grinning at me. They had their phones pointed in my direction. Don't look at me. I ignored them. I could just have Kozupi kill them later. I created a delusion of it happening. It was such a sweet, pleasant delusion. I wished all of them would just die. I was just so sick of this world. I couldn't find Kozupi anywhere. I had no idea where she was. Maybe she wasn't at school today. If that was the case, then what should I do? I didn't think I could handle Shogun's psychological attacks until tomorrow. No matter how strong I tried to be, my knees were still knocking, and if I wasn't careful, I might collapse where I stood. Kozupi, where are you? Where are you? I need your help. I stopped. I heard a voice inside my mind. Kozupi, where are you? I looked around and saw Kozupi crouching in a ball near the entrance to the school. When I saw her, I gasped. Her body was red, like she was covered in blood. No, not like she was covered in blood. She was covered in blood. I almost screamed, but I was too shaken to even do so. Kozupi, snap out of it. Kozupi. I called out, and Kozupi slowly looked up at me. Her eyes were bright red and wet with tears. She grabbed onto my waist.
何を
たくみさんはコズピンの敵味方
What do you mean? I asked, but she just buried her head in my chest and shook it from left to right. The blood on her body stained my uniform. I had never really realized how tiny she was. She was so thin, I thought she might break in half. Until she had grabbed onto me like this, I had never noticed.
僕はコズピーの味方だ。だからコズピーに助けてもらいたい。
I told her everything I had been thinking. Of course, I arranged it in a way that was most convenient for me, though. Kozupi, you're all I've got.
コズピンのこといじめない
I won't. I want you to protect me from the people who want to bully
コズピ
me.
ンは守れないよ
But you've got a D sword.
だって
By her, you mean the D sword? Kozupi nodded at my question, and then she began to shiver.
さっきのドカバキクシャーはコズピーのせいじゃ。
The impact came out of nowhere. A vision like a flashback exploded in my brain. School, the roof, red, a sea of blood, the overpowering smell of blood, dozens of chunks of meat lying on the ground, ripped apart so much you couldn't tell what they were before. Kozupi standing in the middle of the sea of blood, panting, the D sword in her hand. I came back to my senses. What did I just see? That was the school's roof. I could tell that much. But what was that? Just a delusion? It felt a little different than usual. Maybe it was Kozupi's delusion and not mine. Cinna said that Gigalomaniacs could see other people's negative delusions. And there was also the dark blood all over Kozupi's body as she clung to me. It still wasn't dry. She didn't seem to be in pain, so she probably wasn't hurt. The blood wasn't Kozupi's then. I tried to think about what that could cause her to be soaked with all this blood. That wasn't normal. It wasn't normal at all. Whose blood was this? Kozupi, whose blood is this?
コズピーをね、いじめた人たち。
Her head was slumped forward. She slowly pushed away from me and awkwardly looked away. She had her index finger to her lip, like she was sulking, or maybe like she was licking the blood on her hand. Is that your blood?
他人の血だよ。
Something felt very, very wrong. Kozupi, if that's true, do you think you maybe went a little too far? The first bell rang. It was time for homeroom to start. All the other students had already gone inside, and it was just the two of us out here. I worked up the courage to go back to the classroom. I quietly took a look through the window, making sure nobody could see me.
これって
I couldn't believe it. Homeroom had started. The teacher was there, but there wasn't a single girl inside the class. No. I had to make sure. I had to make sure it wasn't just a delusion. I ran up the stairs to the roof and flung open the door. The first thing I saw was a dreary blue sky, and then a brilliant red, a literal sea of blood. I threw up on the spot from a mix of terror, physical revulsion, and the sheer
タケミ
stench.
さんはコズピーの味方だよね。
I gasped. I turned around and Kozubi was standing there. She had tears in her eyes, but she was looking at me. Covered in blood. and smiling innocently. I ran. I was terrified of Kozupi and how she could smile like that. I was terrified of how she could kill so brutally. Nothing made sense. I couldn't get what I had just seen on the roof out of my head. The scene kept playing inside my mind, and each time the vomit came up in my throat, and I had to stop from heaving it out. I ran through the school with no real idea where I was going. Homeroom had started, and there were no students in the hallways. Kozupi didn't follow. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Was running the right move? Should I have stayed with Kozupi? What if running made her think I was an enemy? If she thought I was an enemy, would she do to me what she did to the girls on the roof? Please. No. No. But then what was I supposed to do? Even if I went back, I wouldn't have any idea what to say to her. I ran, staggering and almost tripping several times. When I rounded a corner, I barely avoided running into someone. It was Misumi and the DQN boys who had been making fun of me. Misumi looked away awkwardly while the DQNs grinned and blocked my path.
Yo, Espa. お前、ちょっと超能力使ってくんね?
I bit down hard on my lip. I didn't look him in the eye. If I did, he would punch me. The DQN didn't take out his phone. If he had, I might have snapped and killed him like Kozupi.
クラスの女子が授業をボイコットしたみたいだよ。誰も来ねえから、俺ら今探してるわけよ。でもだるいと思うね。ミスミやミナコが心配みてえだけどよ。どうせ集団でサボってるだけだろ。そう思うよな、エスパー。
I didn't answer. He kicked me in the stomach.
おい、仕方してんじゃねえよ。やめろよ。
Misumi spoke for the first time. The DQN was still trying to hurt me, but Misumi stopped him.
タク、ミナコ見なかったか。チャイム鳴るまでいたんだけどよ。今はメールしても電話しても帰ってこねえんだ。
I couldn't tell him. I couldn't tell him what I had seen on the roof. I didn't know for sure who Minako was, but it was probably his current girlfriend. Was she one of the bodies up on the roof then? And what about Rimi? Did Kozupi kill Rimi too? No, that was impossible. Rimi had been missing for a while now. She hadn't been coming to school. And why was I worried about Rimi right now? Why was I still expecting anything from her? She was never coming back for me, right?
なあ、エスパー。お前なんで服に血がついてんだ?
I froze. That blood was from when Kozupi had grabbed onto me. It had stained the bottom of my shirt. Misumi gasped in surprise.
タク、何かあったのか?
何もないよ。
I turned around and ran. I could hear him calling after me, but I ignored it. I ran down the stairs. But I was in such a confused hurry that I tripped and fell, rolling down the stairs all the way to the landing. I didn't have the strength to get up again. Was I never going to have a single moment of peace again? Why did all these impossible things keep happening to me?
タク。
Someone said my name. There was only one girl that called me that. I looked up and saw that someone was offering me a hand again.
どうしたの？そんなに慌てて。どこか怪我してない？
Rimi was here.
僕は
I was about to cry, but didn't want to embarrass myself. I held back the tears and took her hand. It was warm. Rimi helped me to my feet.
本当に大丈夫？かなり派手に転んでたけど。
I looked to see if anything was broken and patted the dirt off my body.
リミ、どこへ？
Where have you been? Why didn't you contact me? Didn't you say you were going to protect me?
ああ、私は今日は遅刻。
No, that wasn't what I meant. But her cheerful smile made me feel just a little less terrified. Her smile had saved me so many times. I didn't need to ask where she had been or what she had been doing. I didn't need to ask why she hadn't contacted me. Remy had come back. Everything was okay now. No matter who was after me, Remy would protect me. Would she really protect me? Was it really only just chance that Kozubi hadn't killed her? The thought popped up in the corner of my mind, and once it was there, it wouldn't go away. She hadn't come to school for ages, and now, by sheer luck, she was here today. And by sheer luck, the day she had decided to come, she had been late. And by sheer luck, the day she had decided to come was the day that Kozubi killed a bunch of people. No, I couldn't let myself think these negative thoughts. I rubbed my temples with my finger and calmed myself down.
なんだか具合も悪そうだね。保健室に連れてってあげる。そこで少し休んだ方がいいよ。
She started to pull me by the hand.
ほら、行こう。
Did she not know what had happened on the roof? I guess she wouldn't. She had said she was late after all, and she was probably just not bringing up the blood on my clothes because she didn't want to make things awkward. I reluctantly let Remy pull me down the stairs, but I stopped right in front of the school entrance.
ロック？
Remy was pulling me pretty hard, but I softly brushed her hand away. A left at the end of the hallway would take us to the teacher's office, and past that, the nurse's office. Or I could go out the entrance and out into the yard. Past the yard would be the school gate. I didn't want to talk to anybody today if I didn't have to. I didn't want to walk around the school building. It wouldn't be too long before someone saw what happened on the roof. And when that happened, there would be a panic. With all this blood on my clothes, they might think I was the killer. I wanted to get out of here now. I decided I should just head out the entrance instead of going to the nurse's office. I turned around to tell Remy about Kozubi and what I had seen when... Remy had something in her hands, a sharp blade, like a pair of iron wings. Was that a D-sword? And Remy was just about to stab it into my back. We stared at each other. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. She was the first to look away.
ごめんね。
She whispered before she swung the sword. She was trying to kill me. Remy was trying to kill me. My brain had shut down. I quickly grabbed her by the wrist and blocked her from bringing it down on me. I was a wimp who never exercised, but I was still stronger than Remy.
なんでだよ！
Was she my enemy too? Had she been lying to me the whole time? Was she tricking me and trying to set me up like you were? Was Remy working with Shogun too? Was my first theory that she was working with Shogun right after all?
なんでこんな。
ごめん。でも、タクには消えてもらうしかないの。
There was no room for doubt. Remy was my enemy the whole time. She would finally reveal her true nature. She had lied about trying to protect me.
嘘だ。こんなの嘘だ。
嘘ついて。ごめん。でもお願い。タク。消えて。
ざけるな、ふざけるなよ。僕がどれだけリミのことを信用してたと思ってるんだ。どれだけリミを頼りにしてたと思ってるんだ。なんでそんな簡単に人を裏切れるんだよ。この悪魔女め。
タク、ごめん。
ごめんで済むかよ。何様だよ。
I was crying. How could she just betray me like this? I felt angry and frustrated, far more than I had been when Yua had done the same thing. Rimi had toyed with my feelings. I'll make you pay, 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 I want to kill you, I'll make you pay, I want to kill you, I'll make you pay, I'll make you pay, I want to kill you. I strengthened my grip on her wrist, and she winced in pain, but I was in worse pain than she was. She tore my heart apart. I'll make you pay, I'll never forgive you, I want to kill you, I want to kill you, I want to kill you.
殺してやる。
Suddenly, Rimi's body disappeared from view. She had been slammed into the rows of shoe lockers next to me. The impact was hard. The lockers fell over, shattered and broken. She was buried in the rubble, and I couldn't see her. Dust had flown up everywhere. At first, I didn't understand what had happened.
たくみさんの心の叫びね。聞こえたよ。
Kozupi was there with her D-sword. Her expression was pained. There was sweat on her face, but she was forcing herself to
殺
smile.
したいって、許せないって。だから、殺してあげたのら。
It was Kozupi's inner voice.
殺した。本当に殺し。
I walked over to the lockers, unable to believe what had just happened. I touched the D-sword she had been holding with the tip of my fingers. It had left its owner's hands and was lying on the floor. There was a liquid slowly spilling out from under it. It was blood. Whose blood? I didn't even need to think much to realize the answer. A moment later, the D-sword collapsed into black particles and disappeared. Rimi was dead. Just like that. I didn't have it in me to find out for sure. I was so sad and so frustrated and angry. I killed my feelings, or maybe they had died on their own. It didn't even matter. The tears had stopped.
コズピー、僕を助けて。
Kozupi was all I could rely on now. Rimi had betrayed me, but I still wanted someone to believe in. No, maybe I just wanted somebody to stay with me. Maybe that stuff about wanting someone to protect me was all just an excuse. Maybe I just didn't want to be alone. Even if I knew that people might betray me, even if they had already had betrayed me, I still didn't want to be alone. I couldn't handle all this terrible shit by myself. If I tried, it felt like I would break down and cease to be me. The person I was would disappear. I walked over to Kozupi. She looked so sad and so hurt. The smile was gone. I grabbed her by the shoulders and hugged her tight as I could. She didn't resist.
さっきはコズピーから逃げたのに。
ごめん。ごめんなさい。それでも助けてくれ。
たくみちゃんはコズピーの味方？
How many people had Kozupi killed? What would happen if the police caught her? Was it safe to stay with her? I started to ask questions and then stopped. I was going to stay with Kozupi, I decided. I had an enemy more dangerous than the police, and it was far too dangerous to try and handle them on my own.
僕にはコズピーが必要だ。一緒にいたい。
匠さんは身勝手な人なの。
She wrapped a hand around my back. She held me tight, too, with what little strength she
で
had.
もね、コズピーのこと必要って言ってくれたから、コズピーも匠さん一生懸命守る。あのね、前に汚いおじさんが言ってたのら、我慢することないって負の感情を
Stream
否定しちゃダ
Elements
メって。
said, "Stay moist, my friends.
だ
Hydrate."
からコズピーはコズピーをいじめる人みんな殺すね。それと匠さんをいじめる人も。
I could sense her feelings. They were as cold as ice and as hot as the sun. There were two contrasting emotions within her, madness and kindness. Maybe I could feel her emotions the same way I could hear her voice, or maybe I was just imagining things. Just then I heard a girl scream. It was coming from above. Had they found the bodies on the roof? We have to escape. Kozupi, if you stay here, the police will catch you. I let go of her, and for some reason she collapsed right there. What's wrong?
すごく疲れてるのら。体だるいの。ねえ匠さん、コズピーね、心の中に真っ黒黒な妄想がどんどん生まれてくるよ。押しつぶされちゃいそうなの。
What are darky dark delusions? Whatever they were, we couldn't stay here. Rimi's corpse was just a few feet away. If anybody saw us, they would know for sure that we did it. I helped Kozupi to her feet and got us out of there. We walked down the hallway. I thought about leaving the school, but the both of us were soaked in blood, and Kozupi could barely walk. It felt like if we left, the police would spot us immediately. The best move might be to hide in an empty classroom somewhere. The air was tense. The scream had set the whole school on edge, and I could hear the murmurings from the classroom getting louder and louder. Several teachers passed us in a big hurry. Many of the students had come out into their hallways in the middle of homeroom and were uneasily looking around to see what happened. Crap. There were too many people around here. We might have done better to leave after all. We needed to hide somewhere. We needed to. Again. That sound again. Stop. Stop it. It was driving me crazy. I could see several of the students staring at us from a distance. Not just the students, several of the teachers too. They were all pointing phones at me, and for some reason their other hands were all holding mirrors. Black rage and murder took root in my mind. Something was on the verge of breaking.
殺してやる。
Kozupi must have sensed what I was feeling, because her inner voice was filled with murder too.
殺してやる。殺してやる。殺してやる。
She was reacting to the mirrors. She could barely walk, but still she lifted up the D-sword in her hand. Kozupi. No! I grabbed her tiny body and tried to run.
殺してやる。
But I couldn't. She knocked me away with unbelievable ferocity, then charged at the group holding the mirrors. She was stumbling over her own legs. It looked like she could trip and fall at any moment. But still, she swung her huge D-sword. With a single swing, she killed 4 people. She was a hurricane of overwhelming destruction. She wasn't even holding her sword right. She wasn't moving like someone with any training would. She was half bent over and flailing wildly, but the blade flew in an arc that was unbelievably fast and precise. It killed them all in a single strike, almost as if she wasn't just swinging a blade, but a weapon that had life of its own. Kozubi dropped to the ground and crouched in a ball covered in blood.
死ねばいいのみんな殺したくない剣が勝手に剣に依存しちゃえばいいのらこれがコズピーの本性なのかな
I could feel the state of her mind, and it was a mess. She was totally out of control. I helped her to her feet, and we went up the stairs. We ran into Misumi and the DQNs on the staircase. Please, not them. I bit my lip. Or not Misumi at least. One of them, DQNs, went pale. Misumi grabbed me by the collar. He was shaking with rage. Who the hell was Minako? Before I could answer, one of the DQNs made him stop.
待てよ、ミスミ。まだそうと決まったわけじゃねえだろ。だいたいあんなこと、よりによってこの二人ができるわけねえって。
What we saw, he had to be talking about what was up on the roof.
それよりよ、エスパー。
僕はエスパーじゃ。
うるせえよ。口答えすんな、カス。
I tried to tell him I wasn't a psychic, but he cut me off. He glared at me and I flinched. I felt so pathetic. I wondered if Kozubi would kill them if I wanted them dead.
殺してもいいよ。
There were two contradictory feelings inside Kozubi.
殺すことも受け入れるべきなの。
Willing to kill. No, I couldn't.
でよ、エスパー。お前の妹って、お前に似合わず可愛いんだな。ナナミだっけ？
What? How did this DQN know about Nanami?
だからよ、ちょっと可愛がってやったんだよ。
何や言って。
わかんねえの？
He put his hand around my shoulder. He was wearing perfume, even though he was a guy. It stank so much I thought he would throw up.
俺の連れ、だいたい10人くらいでいつもつるんでるんだけどな。ちょっと暇してたわけよ。で、女ナンパするかって話になった時によ、提供してくれたんだよね。お前の妹。
提供って。
Nanami isn't a thing. What do you mean, offered? And what did you do? Wait, did that mean one of them had kidnapped Nanami?
ダーススパイダーだよ。
I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
わざわざ向こうから声かけてきてよ。お前の妹を好きにしていいとか言って渡してきたんだよね。マジでウケるだろ？
My vision went red. I felt like all the blood in my body was boiling up to my head.
ナナミに何を？
あ？だから可愛がってやったっつってんだろ。そうそう。妹さ、片手なかったぜ。痛そうだったな。
So that was real, but it had disappeared from my room after I had left.
なあ、ミスミ。お前も教えてやれよ。お前だってあの場にいたんだからよ。
それよりミナコ。
It doesn't matter. What the hell do you mean it doesn't matter? She's my little sister. Don't compare her to some bitch named Minako. She's my sister, damn it.
そうそうそう。記念に写真撮っといたぜ。なあ、エスパーも見てえか？見せてやるよ。
I'll kill you.
画像っと。おう、あった。これ。ほら、見ろよ、エスパー。
The DQN grabbed me by the jaw and forced me to look at his screen. It was a photo of Nanami, covered in blood, with empty eyes, stripped naked. I'll kill you, 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 I will kill you, I will kill you. The knife I had been holding in my hand was stabbed into his chest. Evidently, I had stabbed him. I must have brought this knife with me for protection. I drew it out and then stabbed it in again and again.
おい、やめろタク。うるさい。
I pulled it out and stabbed it in again.
ミスミ、お前も死ねばいいんだ。僕もナナミも、世界中の全員が死ねばいいんだ。僕が殺してやんよ。
I pulled it out and stabbed it in again and again and again and again. The DQN stopped moving. His eyes were still open, but blood and drool were pouring from his mouth, and he was dead.
ねえ、コズピー。全員、撃ち殺してよ。
Kozupi nodded sadly. The D-sword appeared on her hand. It rebooted with a violent screech, like microphone feedback. Misumi's eyes went wide and then...
Huh?
It only took an instant. Kozupi swung the sword so hard that she lost her balance and fell flat on her butt. Misumi's body fell on top of her, staining her clothes even darker with blood. She knocked it off of her, looking annoyed, and then smiled at me. Was she sad? In pain? Happy? She had a sad smile on her face, and it held all those feelings together. Her heart was crying, but she was right. There were enemies everywhere. The only choice available was to kill them, and even if we did, it was their own fault anyway. Not my fault. It was the fault of the people who had attacked me. They got what they deserved for hurting Nanami. Was Nanami even alive? She was probably dead. She had been covered in blood. Her hand had been cut off. There was no way she could be alive. I would never forgive them. Ever. I was tired of just being scared all the time. I would kill them all of them. When I had seen that picture of Nanami, something inside me had broken. It felt like there was no going back now. Mamoru Suwa was standing at the gate of Suimei Academy, looking at the school building. He had parked his car in front and was leaning up against it. He was wearing a suit, but he also had a backpack on, too. The machine inside was making a strange noise. Even from here he could tell that the school was in an uproar. He chuckled.
今日こそ西条匠のコードサンプルを手に入れなきゃっすからね。
He spoke to nobody in particular. There were several men standing around him. Unlike him, they were wearing casual clothes. The one thing they all had in common, though, was the backpacks that they were carrying. All of them were silently staring at the building. None of them spoke to each other, nor did Suwa. Anything he said to himself.
そのためにこの学校を実験場にしたんすから。もともとここはそのためにのぞみが作ったんすけどね。
Suimei Academy had been founded by an NPO under the control of Nozomi Technologies and the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. The number of Gigalomaniacs here wasn't a coincidence. They had been brought here by Nozomi, and none of them had the slightest clue. Still, though, Suwa sighed. He had tried any number of ways to bring Nishijo Takumi to the breaking point. He had made a number of attempts to get the boy's code sample, but the kid was an even bigger loser than he had thought. He showed no signs of awakening as a gigalomaniac. When he started his project, Suwa had no idea Takumi would be such a pain in the ass. But as of today, that was over.
もう回りくどいことはなしで、とっておきの祭りを提供してやるっすよ。
A lot of innocent people were going to die, but that didn't matter. The leader of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light had told him. In any event, the third melt was going to destroy Shibuya this afternoon. No matter how many kids died here, it would be easy to make up a story about them dying in the earthquake. Nobody would question it.
さてと。じゃあ行きますかね。
Suwa opened the trunk and took out his Darth Spider helmet. He put it on. The combination of suit, backpack, and Darth Spider helmet was an exceedingly bizarre one. But he himself didn't seem to care. He strolled up to the entrance and casually walked inside. The other men with the backpacks wordlessly followed after. I helped Kozupi out to the inner courtyard. Senna was waiting for us there. She glared at us when she saw us. The D-sword was in her hand. It was rebooted already and glowing with a red light.
お前たちはバカだ。罠にはめられているんだ。すべて精神攻撃だ。その影響でみんなおかしくなっているに過ぎない。真の悪に気づけ。元凶を叩かなければ悪夢は終わらない。ポーターだ。リュックを背負っている奴らがどこかにいるはず。そいつらが妄想攻撃を。
セナさんはコズピーの味方だよね。
コズ？
真の悪って何？その影響があるから何なのかな。コズピーとタクミさんを攻撃してきたゴキさんたちはね、自動的に敵だよ。だから殺すの。殺したくない。
Kozupi's inner voice was contradicting itself again.
それが敵の思うツボなんだ。
みんなでストーカーしてくるんだもん。怖いんだもん。コズピーがコズピーでなくなっちゃいそうになるんだもん。
It was the same for me. The sound of a cell phone shutter, the creaking sound of the wheelchair. Just hearing them was enough to make me break down. It was enough to make me lose control and give in to murderous impulses. In fact, I already had given in.
お前たちは何と戦っているのか把握しているのか
I didn't know who our enemy was. I couldn't tell anymore. Was it Shogun? Somebody else? I didn't even know who was attacking me. The one thing I knew was that the whole world was my enemy.
妄想に惑わされるなお前たちは自分の妄想によって殺されようとしている小杖それ以上ディソードを使うんじゃない負の物質がお前の心と体を侵食しているんだまともに歩けなくなっているんだろこのままだとお前という存在が崩壊する
セナちゃんはコズピーたちの味方
Kozupi asked the same question. She sounded like she was seeking somebody to save her. I gulped and waited for Senna's answer. I wasn't expecting anything. I wasn't, but...
私はお前たちの味方だ
Senna's answer was clear and unhesitating.
お前たちを攻撃している敵は私が倒すだからもう妄想するな
Kozupi had another friend besides me now. Kozupi slowly lowered the blade.
よかったセナちゃん大好きなのら
She was crying as she gave Senna a pleading glance. Then, suddenly, she struck out with the D-sword. Senna managed to block at the last second, but the impact knocked her off her feet.
小杖何を
コズピー
Senna said she was your friend. Why are you attacking her?
違うコズピーじゃない
She yelled as she brought the blade down on a prone Senna.
コズピーじゃないよ
The blow hit the ground hard. Senna had managed to roll out of the way at the last second, and quickly stood up with her D-sword at the ready.
私を殺すつもりか小杖
Kozupi thrashed her head from side to side, tears pouring down her face.
違うよ手が勝手に助けてセナちゃんタクミちゃん
What the hell was going on?
負の妄想に取りつかれてしまっている自分でディソードを制御できていないのか
Wait, does that mean she's turned into a killing machine and is murdering people whether she wants to or not?
小杖ディソードを消せ
できないの
こいつ
ら殺す殺す殺す殺す殺す殺す殺す殺す
I heard a voice. Not an inner voice. Kozupi's real voice. It was saying one word over and over again. Kill. But her inner voice was saying the opposite.
助けてこんなのやだ
セナコズピーを助けてあげてよ
All I could do was beg Senna to do something. I couldn't get between the two of them myself.
妄想を見せて無力化を
Kozupi's attacks kept coming. She had swung the D-sword once, and then again, and then again. Each attack was the same, like she didn't know any other way to fight.
殺したくないのにセナちゃんのこと殺したくないのに
Her body swayed, her feet tripped, Her face wasn't even looking towards Cinna, but her attacks were still deadly accurate.
殺す殺すぶち殺すぶち殺してやる
Her stance was terrible and her swings were all wrong, but each attack was precise and deadly. Cinna was being pushed back. I could see fear on her face. Their D-swords collided. Cinna was knocked back. She was thrown off guard. Kozupi's D-sword slashed out at impossible angles that ignored physical laws. Blood sprayed out from her slender body.
それは妄想だ
Cinna was now behind Kozupi. Cinna's corpse on the ground disappeared. Kozupi gasped as Cinna grabbed her from behind.
ディソードを捨てろ小杖
離せ離せ離せ離せ離せ離せ殺してコズピーのこと殺してセナシャコズピーは悪くないコズピーは悪くないみんなが悪いんだこんな自分もう見たくないセナシャも殺したくないだから
Kozupi's mind and body were contradicting each other. They were being torn apart. Her little body was trying its best to squirm out of Cinna's grasp, and her heart was crying.
頼む剣を捨ててくれ小杖元に戻ってくれ私はお前を見捨てたりしないお前は私のたった一人の友達で
Cinna's eyes were wet. I never thought I would see Cinna cry. And then Kozupi's arms moved in a strange way. A way they shouldn't have been able to move at all. The dull thud of a bone jerking out of its socket. Kozupi's wordless scream. The next thing I knew, Kozupi's bulky D-sword had been pushed up against Cinna's back and was digging into her skin like a saw. Cinna's clothes were turning bright red. Cinna gritted her teeth and knocked Kozupi away, but it was too late. As she flew backwards, Kozupi swung the D-sword again. It tore open Cinna's side. Cinna was writhing in pain. Kozupi pointed the D-sword at her.
死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ
小杖すまないすまない
死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ
お前のこと助けてやれなくて私のこと慕ってくれたのに私はお前の力になれなくて
死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ
お前の SOS にもっと早く気づいてあげられたら小杖と話している時間が私にとって唯一ほっとできる時間だった
死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ
慕ってくれてありがとう
死ね
I couldn't bear to look.
死んだの？
She was dead. Senna was dead too. She was Kozupi's friend. Maybe Senna could have helped us. But Kozupi had killed her. The D-sword was still sticking out of her friend's corpse. Her arm was hanging out of its socket, unable to move. Kozupi's expression was a cross between a smile and sadness.
セナちゃん、セナちゃん、返事して。一緒にガルガリ君食べに行こうよ。匠さんと3人でまた写真撮って、また。
Her heart was crying.
ねえ、匠さん。セナちゃん、どうして返事してくれないのかな。どうして。
Senna is
殺
dead.
しちゃった。殺しちゃったよ。
Kozupi now crouched on the ground where she once stood. She was holding Senna with one arm. She buried her face in her long black hair, which had once been pretty, but now was covered with blood.
こんな、コズピーね、こんなこと望んでないのに、望んでなかったのに。セナちゃんのこと好きだったのに、大好きだったのに、お姉ちゃんみたいだなって思ってたのに。なんでコズピーはセナちゃんのことを殺したんだろう。なんで。
信仰の救いっすよ。
I saw a man standing there with a Darth Spider helmet on his head. I couldn't tell when he had shown up. He had a gun in his hand. He was pointing it at us. Darth Spider. I remembered what the DQN I had killed had said. That Darth Spider had offered them Nanami. Was...
さあ、何のことっすか？
He shot me. Pain ran through my leg as I dropped to my knees. Kozupi's D-sword roared. It tore through the Darth Spider helmet like paper. The face inside wasn't Shogun, but that of a handsome young man. The man fired back, and blood splurted from her leg. She fell.
おっと、殺しはしないっすよ。コードサンプルを取らせてもらわないといけないんで。
Who was this guy? What the hell did he want? I felt like I had seen him somewhere before, but I couldn't remember. Why did he have a gun anyway? But this was the guy. The one that Senna had said was the true evil. Was he working for Shogun? Somebody else? I didn't care. He was the one behind all this. I wanted to kill him. But the pain in my leg was so great I couldn't even stand. Next, he shot my shoulder. The impact knocked me to the ground. The bullet dug into my flesh, and I screamed from the heat and the pain. Then my arm. I dropped the knife I was holding. Pain signals from all over my body were stabbing into my brain. I couldn't even tell where I had been shot anymore. I was going to die. I couldn't handle the pain. The man got closer. He looked at my face for a moment before taking something strange out of his backpack. It looked like some kind of headgear with lots of cords.
殺す。
何？
殺してやる。
She stood up slowly. She was dragging a leg behind her. She could barely even hold her sword.
こいつ化け物かよ。
殺してやる。
I heard the sound of the sword ripping through the air. At the same time, I heard the gunshot. The D-sword slammed into his body. It broke him into pieces before he even had time to scream. Kozupi moaned and spat out blood. His last gunshot had hit her in the chest. She fell face up in one of the flower beds. Countless black particles were gathering around her D-sword. The terrifying weapon of violence, beautiful and cruel, was beginning to shimmer out of existence.
コズピーね、もうダメみたい。
I crawled over to her, forcing myself to ignore the pain coming from my whole body. A moment ago, my body had felt so hot. Now it felt terribly cold, like I had jumped into a lake in the middle of winter. I couldn't stop shaking. I was losing feeling in my fingers. My vision was getting blurry. But still, I forced myself to reach out my hand toward Kozupi, who was lying in a bed of brilliantly colored flowers. My cold fingers touched her soft, warm hands. I clenched them tight as if seeking something. I turned my body face up like hers. The smell of blood overpowered the sweet scent of the flowers. It was so cold, but the warmth of her fingers and the warmth of the earth on my back made me feel a bit better. The sky was so clear, it stretched out so far, and for some reason,
ねえねえ、空がとっても綺麗だよ。まるでブチュブチュさんをたくさん散りばめたみたいで。
the color of the sky was changing rapidly. Like Kozupi said, it was like the sky was covered with colorful beads. I remembered I still had the bead strap that Kozupi had given me before in my pocket. I took it out and the two of us held it together. I could barely grip it, but I didn't care.
コズピーもあんな風に空に浮かぶブチュブチュさんになりたいな。
You can. Throw away your shithole of a body. Throw away this shithole of a world and just become a star. Then you won't feel any pain or sadness at all. Then you can be at peace.
たくみさんも一緒に来てくれる？
Of course, we'll be together forever. You were the one person who never betrayed me. You were the one person who held me until the end. So I'll never betray you. So I'll stay with you until the end.
ありがとう。あのね、コズピー、たくみさんのこと好きになってもいいかな？
Yeah. As my consciousness began to fade, I answered her. I could tell the warmth was fading from her hand. I could feel the strength draining from her fingers, but I kept holding on and trying not to cry. The sky was turning white. The beady beads were disappearing. It felt like something important was happening, but I didn't care. I was relieved. I was glad Kozupi didn't have to see the beady beads disappear. I softly closed my eyes. Time stopped. The world stopped. Inside me and inside her, there was a sky, and the colorful bead-like stars became eternal. A disease that leads to slaughter found Kozue's ending. And with that said, it is 1800, so it is time for me to go ahead and head off. I will be resuming this tomorrow and finding even more endings. So until then, friends, stay safe and give me a moment to get this raid going. Here is the raid message.